that's first run of the weekend, and it was quite a bit cooler when the open wheelers were going out. Warwick Hutchinson is second fastest on a 46.9. So that's 3.5 seconds first to second at the moment. Third fastest, car number 29. Sorry, no, that's not car 29. That's not the car. Oh, that's the class number. That's why it's throwing me. Goodness me. Wake up, Mark. Car number 92, of course, is third fastest at the moment. Yes, the Max spec, of course, Ross Mackay. Then we go to Reed Hinton in the store. Mackay's on a 47.1, Hinton a 50.1, so the top three 3 seconds faster than the battle for fourth, with Hinton versus Matt Reed. The Reedster, who's only just gone by, has set fifth fastest time so far with a 50.3. Matt will be happy with fifth fastest, not happy with a 50. They'll be aiming for much quicker than that. 50.5, so it's very close amongst the battle for fourth place, is car 215, and that's Roger Garcia in the McLaren 540C. So yeah, Roger is the fastest roofed car at the moment. If you don't count the Reedster as a roofed car with that little suggestion of a roof above the cage. Car 179 is next in the running order. And that is Michael Larrimore on the turbocharged Toyota MR2. So roofed cars running 5th and 6th, 6th and 7th. 6th and 7th. Then we've got Luke Weeks, one of our open wheelers, is on a 52.7, a 52.8 for Stephen Woodbridge and the Delara. Craig Matthey in the Ultima GTR is 9th fastest. That's 10th fastest, I should say. Yeah, Matthey's running at the top 10. So that is absolute. Yeah, there's quite some class battles going on. Quite some battles all over the top 10. So we're having a little bit of a break right at the moment before our centenarian race cars arrive. So, of course, thank you to all of our sponsors here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Collins Hay, Southern Downs Regional Council, Queensland Government, Speed Cafe, Boral, JMC Performance, Loaders Are Us, Tate Freight, Next Up Digital, Warwick Credit Union, John Connolly and Partners, Pipeline Testing Services, Shannons, Bowden's Own, Tom's Confectionery Warehouse,
Hi, it's lovely to meet you. What's your name?
Brian Chisholm.
Can you give me a little detailed story about your car?
Yes, certainly. It's a 1924 Amel car, which is from France. It's a little 4-cylinder side valve engine, air-cooled. It doesn't have a fan, so you need to keep it moving to keep it cool.
Yeah.
It's comfortable about 60 kilometres an hour driving along. My father bought it in 1978 as a complete vehicle, but it was a wreck. Spent 10 years restoring it.
Wow.
And took it on the Bicentennial Rally in 1988, and when he passed away in 2021, it fell to me to look after it. I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
Are you racing today?
Racing is a technical term, but yes, I am driving around the circuit, but I'm not going to set any land speed records or anything like that.
That's fair enough. Do you have a particular time that you're wanting to get today at all?
I have no idea. As long as it goes around and stays straight. I haven't seen what my first time is, so I have no idea how quick or slow I may have been, but I should be able to go a bit quicker, I think, on the second round, because it's the first time I'd seen the course. There's a couple of corners I wasn't quite sure on, but now I know those. Probably get through there a fraction quicker, so yeah, we'll see.
And how long have you been coming to Leyburn?
This is my first year, so I'm a Leyburn virgin, yes.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, thank you so much. Your car is amazing, and let's get to see you out there soon.
Yes, hopefully. Thank you.
Thanks, Norris. Thanks so much.
It's impossible to tell just who is our most enthusiastic competitor here this weekend at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Thank you to all of our competitors and their crews and families for contributing so much to the Historic Leyburn Sprints. We couldn't do this without you.
Okay, now can you tell us about your car?
Okay, this is a replica built in South Africa, and it's a copy of the 1967 Ferrari P4. And people would recognise it because it was in that film Ferrari versus Ford, or Ford versus Ferrari. This is the car that it was all about.
Amazing. Now, you're coming up to the race now. Is there a specific time that you're wanting to get?
You always like to beat last year's time, but you never do it on the first run. So this is my first run. You always get your eye in, just like a cricketer or any sportsman. You should never try and go flat out first run. We've got till Sunday afternoon, and what you do is set a time and then you chip away at it, a tenth or two or three each time if you can. So it's not a one-off process, it's a process over 2 days.
And how long have you been coming to the Leyburn Sprints?
This is only my second year, but I've been racing for 40 years.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. What was your name, by the way?
I'm Aaron, first name in the book.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, and have a good race.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Aaron Lewis. He's raced all kinds of remarkable race cars. He's been associated a lot with Elfins and Elfin Formula 5000. He raced an MR5? No. Yeah, MR5 for quite a few years in historic open wheel racing all around the country. Glorious Elfins.
To get close to our VIP drivers and our other officials. We've got the children our traditional opening of the Historic Leyburn Sprints. The children of the Leyburn State School coming on to perform Advanced Australia Fair. Give them a hand as they come on, a fresh group of young people every year. Definitely, I think that the younger students. Music ready, and 3, 2, 1, away you go, please. Big congratulations and thank you very much to the most delightful children. Thank you very much for, I'm sure you must have done a lot of practice for that, yes? Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to the rest of the ceremony. And we'll look forward to seeing the students of the Leyburn State School again next year. Thank you. I'll introduce you now to the president of the Historic Leyburn Sprints Incorporated, the club, Tricia Chan.
Welcome again, everyone. Thank you to all our return visitors, and a huge thank you to all our brand new visitors. I hope you're enjoying the day. We did put in the order for the weather and it delivered, so that's fantastic. I would just like to say thank you to my volunteer committee, to all our volunteers and to our community members for once again allowing them to welcome their home and open their arms to all your visitors, and I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Before I finish, I want to keep this quick, but I would just like to introduce Lucas Williams. He has made the journey from Melbourne with the original 1949 Australian Grand Prix trophy. This has been lost to us for over 20 years and we only tracked it down a few months ago. So thank you, Lucas, for making the journey here and bringing it up so we can all admire it. It's going to be on display all weekend. It's a fabulous piece of history to have, and you can see it out the front of my place in Warwick Street, if you know where that is. But in Warwick Street, opposite the pub, you can go and have a look at it. Make sure you do, because it's a fantastic memento. So just thank you, everyone, and thank you for all the councillors who are here today, and also the Southern Downs Regional Council support in general, as well as the Tourism Events Queensland, and also all of our major and minor sponsors and supporters, because without them as well, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. Thank you.
A very special element of the sprints this year is the appearance of the actual 1949 Winners' Trophy that was presented to John Crouch on the 18th of September 1949. We had a very long search for this piece of hardware, which hasn't seen Leyburn for more than 20 years. We're very delighted that a family member, who is now the custodian of this trophy, has brought it up to us, and here we have it this weekend. There's nothing more symbolic of the history of this event than the trophy of the Grand Prix winner, the late John Crouch. So I'll ask Lucas Williams just to walk over to me. He's not expected to say anything, but I'll ask him, well, Lucas, come on over, lift that trophy up and just hold it up for people to see, please. Thank you. Now, as I say, it should not be underestimated. That is an Australian Grand Prix trophy. They're few and far between. Now I'd like to introduce to you Councillor Joel Richters from Southern Downs Regional Council, who's going to perform the duty of officially launching this event for 2025.
Thank you very much, Chris, and I'm super proud to be here today and to be joined by Councillors Watling and Pigeon. What an amazing event. One of the pinnacle moments of our region, and why not come to the beautiful town of Leyburn. Year on, this festival becomes more and more and more prestigious, and that's why not only do we think it's one of the best motorsport events in our region, but now all of Queensland thinks so because of the amazing work you did to get the Queensland Motorsport Event of the Year award. So congratulations for that. Trish, I'd like to thank you and your committee and all your volunteers for putting on this amazing event. It's one of the reasons why this council is so proud to support you, because of all your volunteers and what you bring to Leyburn and to all of the region. Without any further ado, I'd like to officially declare the Leyburn Sprints 2005 officially open.
Thank you very much, Councillor Richter and the other councillors. Now, we've got a fantastic experience coming up for you. We're going to have a parade lap of a few very, very special cars, but I did want to introduce you to our VIP drivers who we brought along this weekend, if they would just walk out beside the hay bale here and give us a wave and let you see who they are. KB, Dick. So let's have a big hand for three legends of Australian motor racing. 1977 Australian Grand Prix winner, Warwick Brown. Multiple Bathurst and Australian Touring Car champion. Dick Johnson, Queensland 150 icon. And Macau Grand Prix winner, Bathurst winner, and many other winners. Kevin Bartlett. Welcome them. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's all we ask of you at the moment. Thank you. And now we're going to see a parade of great cars. We'll move the microphone off the starting line. So if the clerk, of course, is ready, we're ready when you are to move those cars on. Okay, so leading, we've got the fastest to the slowest for obvious reasons, even though they're not doing quick laps, but they're going to have a little squirt, I would say. The leading car here, the green car, is a Rolt RT4, driven by none less than the world champion from Brazil, Nelson Piquet. In the year that he won the world championship, I think he also competed at the Australian Grand Prix in this very car. Driven by its current owner, Michael Cumming. Are we ready when you are? Rolt RT4, Brabham, BT11A, driven by Paul Stokel, Cooper Climax, ex-Jack Brabham, MGTB, 5 Australian Grand Prix, MGTC, Evan Redmond, 1949 car, the GK Ford Special, Chris Hughes, a 1949 car, backing them up. The second oldest car in the event. Alfred, the 1925 Austin 7 Sports Special, driven by 85-year-old Justin McCarthy. Give him a special hand. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of our official proceedings. We've got some hot lap winners coming up now to take some fast rides. But you can go back to your lunch now. Thank you.
Open wheeler of choice. In fact, I'm pretty sure, no, I am sure, that it's the largest mass-produced open wheel racing car of any description. Hundreds of these were made for Formula Atlantic, Formula Pacific, and other categories besides that. Many of them powered by, indeed most of them powered by, BD series-based Cosworth Ford 4-cylinder engines. They're a mainstay of Australian motorsport. The gold star for the Australian Drivers' Championship was competed for mostly by Rolt RT4s from 1981 through to about 1986. 1987, I want to say. And at the end of the year in the early 1980s, we would have these extravaganzas at the Australian Grand Prix at Calder Park Raceway. And Bob Jane, the boss of Calder Park at the time, would bring a number of the Formula One drivers of the day out to run. Of course, Alan Jones, primarily amongst them, our Australian world champion from 1980. 1981 world champion Nelson Piquet was a visit as well. So did four-time world champion Alain Prost. Won the Australian Grand Prix in 1982. Niki Lauda came out once as well. Other Formula One drivers like Jacques Lafitte, Didier Pironi came out and drove an elephant one year. And all racing against the very best of our locals, which included Charlie O'Brien, who's here this weekend. He was one of the Roltati 4 Brigade at the time. Other drivers like John Bowe, of course we're immensely familiar with, the 1995 Australian Touring Car champion, and won many other championships besides, as well as winning the Bathurst 1000 twice with Dick Johnson. First in the Sierra, then with the EB Falcon in 1994. John Smith, also a member of the Roltati 4 drivers of that brigade. Ty Hanger, who's a competitor, Ray Hanger was also a member of that group. He and his son Ty have raced here at the Leyburn Sprints. Of course, the other cars in that group, the yellow Brabham BT11 that was coming around, that was Kevin Bartlett's race car when he was the first driver to set a 100-mile-an-hour average lap time at Bathurst. Open wheelers used to be frequent regulars at Bathurst up until 1970. And guys like KB and John Harvey, Max Stewart. Some truly great names.
Hi, nice to meet you. What's your name?
Chris Hughes.
Thank you for coming today. Can you tell me a bit about your car?
Yeah, the car's the Ford GK Special. It raced here in 1949 in the Grand Prix. It's the first time it's been back.
Crusty roll too.
Ever. And up until a week ago, it had never been driven in over 50 years, but we're going to do a parade lap at lunchtime on it, and really looking forward to it. So I'm doing it for my dad, so yeah, pretty cool. It's going to be a pretty surreal moment getting to do a lap of the track. So
yeah, fair enough. How long has your dad had this car?
We dragged it out of the bush in 1999, and we saved it because 48 hours later it was going in a crusher.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So have you fully restored it, and today's the first time it's going out? And is there a lap time that you're trying to get, or?
There's no lap time. It's just competing a lap's what I'm doing. It was. It took, when we got it in 1999, it took 3 years to restore it. It went on display then at a Back to Strathpoint event because it raced there on the airstrip as well. And then it's been in hiding for 22 years. My dad always wanted to bring it back here, but he got really sick and it never happened. So, but it's here today, it's here this weekend. My family's here and it's great.
Lovely to hear that. And is this how many years have you gone to Leyburn? You haven't raced, but you've just been a visitor for the past few years?
My very first time at Leyburn. I was here a month ago cooking competition barbecue in the barbecue community, but this is my first motoring event here at Leyburn, and I'm coming back next year. I'm going to do a whole lot more work on the car, and I will compete in it next year, and it's going to come back bigger and better.
Perfect. Well, excited to see you next year, and I'll watch out for your lap today. Yep. So thank you so much, and good luck out there.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much to all our sponsors. Of course, John Colley and partners, Collins Hay, Southern Downs Regional Council, Queensland Government, Speed Cafe, Bowden's Own. Next Up Digital, Tate Freight, Loaders Are Us, JMC Performance, Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, Boral, Motorsport Australia, Warwick Tourism and Events, and more. And thank you to all of you for your contribution to the Historic Leyburn Sprints, the 29th running of the event. Also, Shannons, Pipeline Testing Services, TCP Designs. And we're getting underway again now, and this looks like Pete Tramnell coming around. In fact, Pete didn't go out for a run early in the day in his side valve Ford V8 Special. And one of the reasons why Pete didn't go out first up this morning, because he's one of our photographers here at the Leyburn Sprints as well. This car, this car's formerly run by the Vermeulen family, Dick Vermeulen, and who's the uncle of Chris Vermeulen, the motorcycle Grand Prix racer, superbike racer, I should say more correctly. He's being chased out in the circuit right now by Al Bishop, another of the side valve Ford V8 Specials, and then here comes the Jaguar XK120 Special. Tony Beedman driving this car, 1952, constructed by Clive Adams and Jack Pryor for Sydney jeweller Jack Robinson, using a 1948 Jaguar XK120 running gear. Won the New South Wales Grand Prix in 1953. The Bathurst Scratch Race in 1954, was third in the New South Wales Road Race Championship, again at Bathurst, and competed in the Australian Grand Prix at Bathurst in 1958. And started 13th, but retired on the second lap after they, because stones were found in the fuel tank. And it was suspected that somebody put those stones there because, you know, it's kind of hard for stones to jump up from the ground and climb into the top of a fuel tank. I'm not quite sure how that would work. So not the first time and not the last time there would be stories of sabotage at Bathurst. Colin Schiller out on track right now in the MGTC Bill Piles Special. And Justin McCarthy's coming around for a reround. Of course, Justin was in the parade of brilliant race cars just before, and the Austin 7 is now coming around to take his competition run around the circuit. I love the headlight covers that Justin's put on the car. It gives the car a bit of personality, almost like it's got a face like it would belong in a kid's cartoon. Like someone would tell Thomas the Tank Engine, get off the road, you silly train. This is for race cars now. Crossley on the line, car number 2, Brian Chisholm. The C4 Amel car from 1924, 101 years old. Amel car was a French manufacturer, and they're better known for their race cars in period. Actually, very briefly made a Formula 1 car, which didn't really work all that well for them, unfortunately. They were better as voiturettes, what we now call Formula 2. Got a word for everything, French. Voiturette. Yes, the 1924 Amel car branches are sitting on the start line. Brian saying in the in his contribution to the Historic Leyburn Bible, that the car was restored and ground up by their by Brian and Brian's late father Graham. The restoration was completed in 1988, so they could compete in a bicentennial rally from Brisbane to Canberra. 6 horsepower, would you believe? We've gotten quite a bit more ambitious over the last 101 years as far as horsepower production, where even 600 horsepower now is considered not quite enough. Beautiful looking car, actually, the Arrow car. I quite like the look of that car. Now we've got the D-type replica sitting on the start line now. Brian Barbie on board, running a 4.2 litre version of the Jaguar XK engine in that car. And one of the fascinating things about the 4.2 litre version of the car was that was developed by Bob Jane and his team here in Australia. Jaguar firmly believed they could not get, because the Jaguar XK engine started as like a 3.4 litre and a 2.4 litre, then they were able to get it, bore it out to 3.8 litres, and they figured that that was about as much as it could go. Bob Jane didn't agree, and his team built a 4.2 litre out of that engine, and Jaguar didn't believe that could be safely done. But once it was demonstrated to them, they decided, well, okay, maybe we can do this. And the version of the XK engine that went into later E-types was out to 4.2 litres, and that was all because of Australian engineering that convinced Jaguar to do it. But D-type was perhaps best known for the first race cars to have 4-wheel disc brakes well before Formula One was doing it. D-type dominated Le Mans 24-hour in the mid-1950s. In the mid-50s, there were some fantastic battles between Ferrari and Mercedes-Benz and Jaguar, and that all came abruptly to an end in after the 1955 disaster at Le Mans, where one of the Mercedes left the circuit and flew into the crowd, and it was a tightly packed crowd, and you can imagine what calamity befell after that. Mercedes bowed out of the sport at the end of that year, but Ferrari and Jaguar continued the rivalry on for the rest of the 1950s. Had some fabulous drivers in those D-types during that Le Mans era. Got drivers like Mike Hawthorne and Sterling Moss, Lance Macklin, the top Roy Salvadori, a lot of the top British drivers of the era. Now this is one of the smallest cars in the field lining up now. It's Graham Branch in the Bedson Enfield. A 700cc Enfield motorcycle engine powers this tiny little race car. Very much following the Colin Chapman ethos of race car construction, which is after you make it as fast as you can, you then add lightness. I don't think they could add any more lightness to the Bedson special race car. MG special coming up to the I say MG's Jack Nin Special, which was one of our 1949 Australian Grand Prix cars. We've got 3 1949 Australian Grand Prix cars in the entry. 2 of them didn't finish the Grand Prix in 1949, but the other one finished 4th. Noteworthy effort. More than a little bit of a noteworthy effort, really. Barry Smith in the Ford V8 Special. Car number 7 heading out on its second run, or his second run for the day. 3.9 litre side valve Ford V8 engine. It's a car that Barry Smith has built. It's not a car from period, but it's period style. Barry Smith's been racing here at Leyburn right since the beginning in an MGB originally. Then he built this, built a pair of Ford V8 Specials. The Holden Special there of John Devitt. 1959 Holden Special, Glyn Scott car. John taking it a bit easier on this one than his first run. Another MG on the line right now, taking off. Sweet Evan Reedman in the MGTC. Supercharged 1500cc race car. Post-war, 1500cc means, yeah, that was after World War II. MGTC was MG's top-of-the-line sports car, both before and after World War II. Now, I didn't make much of a mention of this on the first time around, but yeah, Peter Turnbull on track now, and the Turnham Steel City Special. Absolutely gorgeous construction on this car. Built up in the style of an Indy car from the 1950s. Has a Holden 6-cylinder 3-litre. Absolutely beautiful construction. Car number 20, John Barron, Lotus 7. Lotus 7 came around early in the history of Lotus cars. Colin Chapman, of course, the genius behind Lotus, decided to make a Lotus, a Clubman style kit car that could be driven on the road, and the Lotus 7 was created. This particular Lotus 7, a 1500cc Ford engine. John says it was one of the Gagan brothers in Sydney were the importers for Lotus in Australia. And John says he crashed the Lotus 7 in 1979 at Lakeside, and the restoration was completed in 2000. Of course, John's been really busy racing lots of other cars in the meantime. The Centaur GT was out on the circuit just then. John French's 1962 Australian GT Championship winning car. That beautiful turquoise colour. Oh, spluttering a little bit here. Car number 23, Mike Osbald in the Osper 101. Car built by Tom Holtz and Adrian Goodrich in London in the United Kingdom, and had a BMC mini motor, 1100cc's originally, updated to a Ford 1100. The significance of 1100, that was the Formula Junior open wheeler size engine. And the car went to South Africa in 1963 and then was re-engined with a 1500cc Alfa Romeo racing engine. There's a lot of very rapid Alfa Romeo powered race cars built in South Africa around that time. Brian Aldred on circuit in the Centaur Clubman. Car built in 1965 and was raced for a solid decade and then neglected. and was restored for the run round here at Leyburn. It looks fantastic. Alpha Malala, one of the prettiest race cars here this weekend, being driven by Brad Stratton, who drives this car on behalf of Bevan Bathan for around a decade now. 1500cc Ford engine. Brad's been racing since the mid-1980s. Raced Toyotas at the Bathurst 1000. And in between racing his present-day Ford Focus Turbo, acts as the safety car driver for Supercars Championship. Trevor Pathers driving the VW Wasp open wheeler, and that's an absolutely stunningly presented car in that metallic red and gold color scheme. You wouldn't know that by the standard of presentation that Trevor's a spray painter. The XJ13 replica out on circuit now, the glorious Jaguar V12. Greg Rhodes driving the Jaguar. Sounding absolutely glorious. Bowen P6 on the line. We've got there are a pair of Bowen P6s in the field, and Bowen was an Australian manufacturer, and to demonstrate the variety of John Joyce's creations, the same model could be adapted to run a 4-cylinder Ford engine as a Formula Ford, or you can stick a gargantuan Leyland 4.5 litre V8 into a Formula 5000, and we have examples of both in the entry this weekend. David Cross will be out a little bit later in the Formula 5000 version of the P6, as Trevor Pathers out on the track right now in the Formula Ford version. We're going through a series of Clubman-style race cars at the moment. Daniel Hunt's coming through in the Argus right now. Oh, and he's hit the barriers. He's just took the corner a little bit too straight. Didn't quite turn in hard enough and ran out of road on the exit to the corner, and that's also knocked the front left wheel out of alignment. So I'm thinking the car will need a tow. The two front wheels aren't going to pointing in the same direction anymore, unfortunately. Oh, that's a massive shame for Daniel. 1979 Argus, very pretty looking car. Car was restored by Gundy Hunt in 2019. Jeff Turner in Canberra built 5 Argus Clubmans in the late 70s, and this car's raced at Oran Park, Simmons Plains, Amaroo. It was a fairly gentle hit in the end. Daniel's absolutely fine. He's doing inspection of the front end right now. I think maybe just turned in slightly too early, and that caused a washout wide. Next car on line to launch will be Keith Carling in the Mazda RX-7 Sports Sedan. This is the car that Keith raced himself in the Australian Sports Sedan in the mid to late 1980s. He came across an idea late in the 1980s that for his next car, and that was a Nissan 300ZX, the second generation 300ZX. Quite a Group A Nissan Skyline engine for the car. A couple of proper turbos. Ex-Renault Formula One was the original blurb about those turbo required for the race car, for the 300ZX. The car first appeared in 1991. It took him a year to get it sorted properly, but once he did, it was the fastest racing car in Australia, just about, and was the first driver to ever record 300 kilometres an hour in Conrad Strait at Bathurst. And the number of drivers, and that was 1992. He won both rounds of the Australian Sports Sedan Championship that weekend at Bathurst, and with all the racing cars since then, the 300 Club at Mount Panorama is still only 6 drivers. Supercars will go right up and knock on the door, but the final drive in supercars sort of has them, and has for for a couple of decades now, in the mid to high 290s. They don't quite get to 300.
Name and tell us about this vehicle that you're in.
Hi, my name is Isabel Moyler and I am with the senior girls team at Clifton State High School. Currently I am in the Clifton Trike. So this is for the Clifton State High School team. For school we have a senior boys and girls team, and we compete at the Queensland Pedal Prix. So we go all over the state in Queensland. We've gone to Gladstone, Emerald, and our next one next weekend is at Brisbane. The senior boys and girls team have been invited to go to the Nationals at Adelaide, so we are fundraising to head there, and we're currently first in state.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And what brings you to the Leyburn Sprints? Is there any connections that you have here?
Absolutely. So we've got a past principal and her son is competing here, so we just want to support them, and we are fundraising for the school to help get to Adelaide.
Amazing. Alrighty, well, let us see what you've got in here. So. Sorry.
David Patterson returning to the commentary position. We're just looking at the rather sad sight of Daniel Hunt's Argus Clubman being towed back with quite messed up front suspension, but fortunately with those cars, all of those parts are designed to be removed and replaceable, so if there's no chassis damage, that car will be out again, no worries, as long as he's got the spares. But yeah, sad to see he's damaged what a lovely little car. In the meantime, our hard-working officials are busy tidying up the site and repositioning the hay bales and getting the hay off the track. So we should be able to see competition resume rather soon. Big thank you once again to all of our volunteer motorsport officials. Absolutely essential part of the sport. We cannot go racing without them. So thank you very much for your time, your expertise and your effort. Just watching another one of the Collins hay bales being repositioned. Thanks again to event sponsor Collins Hay. And during this lull in proceedings, make sure you go and check out the many, many food and drink vendors that we've got spread out all around the circuit. We've got something for every taste. We've got burgers, we've got pizza, we've got German sausage, we've got Indian curries, something for everyone. And of course, make sure you wash it down with an ice cream like I just did. Just behind our position here at Turn 1, which is on the corner of McIntyre Street and Canning Street, we've got the vintage caravan display. Absolutely some beautiful little old caravans, all lovingly restored, all on display. And they've got live music at the moment from the Cambodia Rockers, playing some classic rock and roll hits. So wander down towards Turn 1, but make sure while you're here today, wander all around. There's lots of good vantage spots here at Leyburn. Make sure you check them all out. And thank you once again to all of our sponsors, including the Southern Downs Regional Council. It's great to see a government body that's in the Queensland State government bodies that are smart enough to realise that the good that motorsport does for the community, especially this event. I mean, this absolutely stands above all other motorsports as a community-focused event, and it's great to see that the government, the state and local government, recognise the value that these events do bring to the community. And they're keen to support it, so thank you for that. Thanks also to JMC Performance, event sponsors, and preparers of the number of cars that are entered in the event. And Loaders Are Us. They've been going 14 years, and we thank them for their support of the event too. As well as Tate Freight, they do grain, they do cotton, and they do oversized transport. Shannons Insurance is another sponsor of the event, and the tremendous support that Shannons give to classic and historic motorsport all over Australia. I know I've got all my cars with Shannons, not only my race cars, but my daily driver, even my transporter is with Shannons. So we thank them, and my home and personal motorsport memorabilia collection, all protected by Shannons, like many other motorsport people, so we thank them for their support. And while we're giving personal endorsements, Browden's own, Queensland owned and based, makers of premium car care products, and I don't use anything else on my cars. And of course, Historic Leyburn Sprints, the event we're here for, the 29th running of this event, and twice winner of the Queensland Motorsport Event of the Year, including last year. Okay, so the Turn 1 incident has been cleaned up. Last of our officials are moving back to their positions. We should see a run very soon from Keith Carling in that magnificent RX-7 sports sedan. The car's been restored to how it was back in the day. And I remember the 1980s was a golden era of motorsport. And the sports sedans, and the national championship was absolutely booming at the time, and he's been waved away. No fuss, but very quick. And it's amazing in motorsport, often the cars that aren't spectacular and exciting and sliding around are often the quickest ones. And we go from a national sports sedan to a Formula V 1200. Doug Angus at the wheel. And of course, for many, many years, Formula V, from the 60s right through to the 80s or the 90s, it was for 1200cc cars only with four-wheel drum brakes. Nowadays, they run the disc brake 1600cc cars at state level. And there goes the magnificent Formula 5000 Bowen, although technically it's a Formula 4400 because it's running the 4.4 litre Leyland V8. But it being an all aluminium engine, it kept up quite well with the 5 litre cast iron block cars that it was competing against. Next car to come through is that beautiful little Sports 2000 built by Mofo Co. That car run by Christopher Hassman. He's a mechanical engineer. He's been involved in motorsport for nearly 50 years. Superbikes, powerboats and sports sedans. And coming in very hot in the little Formula V. That's probably the quickest Formula V through Turn 1 that I've seen so far. Kip McIntyre in the Venom. Little 1200cc car. But being driven very enthusiastically. Ross Rundle is next. Stepping up from Formula V to Formula Ford now. That's a 1984 Reynard. That car was built in England, but it was actually raced in America for 2 decades. Next car to leave the line is Paul Ritchie in the little Sunbeam Alpine in the Gulf colours. Peter Everett is next, just coming towards us now at Turn 1 in the little Triumph TR2. Plenty of blue smoke there. Well, I don't think the cylinders are going to rust. Brian Cather is next in the MGB 1963 model with the 1800cc B series engine. Just rounding turn 2 now. It was once suggested to me that of all the production-based cars, there were more MGs than any other proportionately put to motorsport use, and that could well be true. Stephen Callahan is next in another MGB, a roadster with a removable hardtop. He's been competing here at Leyburn for the last 15 years, so he should know his way around by now.
I note the hardtop has got the Union Jack painted onto it now. That wasn't there previously. Lotus Europa coming up. The bread van. That's been punted very effectively, actually. It was a very aggressive line through turn 1.
But it was quick. It was just visibly quick through turn 1. He's running a Renault 16 cross-flow engine.
Yeah, they came with a number of different motors, the Lotus Europas, and I wasn't quite sure about that one. I think I said it was a Ford before, but thank you for the correction.
I think the Ford and the Renault were both common. Jeff Messer is next in another MGB, running the 1800cc B series engine. The colour is described as Camino Gold.
Oh, that's very descriptive.
Which sounds much better than mustard. Here comes Barry Campbell now in the Bolwell Mark 7. Holden red motor underneath that fiberglass bonnet. Or is it a bonnet or is it a removable clip?
It's a clip.
Yep. And he's competing in Group T. What is Group T, you ask? It's production sports cars just like Group S, but Group T is for cars with genuine period competition history, not new builds. And Stephen Clements very, very quick in the Ferrari. For his dad, Charlie Clements, ran that car for many, many years. Unfortunately, we lost Charlie several years ago, but Stephen's taken on the car and enjoying it.
Roy Davis is completely crossed up, and he's carrying so much speed he's had to oversteer it to get around turn 1 without hitting anything.
I did not think he was going to make turn 1, but he did. But unfortunately, he came in so hot that it cost him his exit speed. He was very slow out of the corner, so it won't actually be a good lap time for him.
He was sideways coming out of the corner.
It was exciting. It was exciting for him as he was heading head first towards the hay bales.
Roy's very enjoyable to watch.
Peter Dobe is next in the Peugeot 203 from 1956.
One of a couple of Peugeots racing here this weekend, a 203 and a 403.
I'd have to say 1956, that's very 1940s styling to my eye.
Me too. Very American in particular.
And Alan Greenbury next, heading towards us in a little Morris Minor. That does not sound like it's got a Morris Minor engine.
And he's got the Roy Davis line going through turn 1.
Yep, very hot on the way in and very wiggly on the way out.
It's fantastic. Pushing for time.
And looking at all the event stickers on the window, that car's been everywhere. And back.
You see the sticker on the back of the car representing the car's build, the Morolla.
So it must have a Toyota Corolla engine. It says 1.5 in the program. So that's probably the 5kc engine. Now we've got a little Austin A35 of Dennis Tobin. That car has a very, very extensive motorsport history.
I'm pretty sure I've taken photos of that car back in around 1997 at the improved production car, or the club car nationals.
At Lakeside, yeah, back in the days when improved production cars were called Lakeside club cars. I actually was in that event, and I actually followed him through the kink. The car in front of us had dropped a heap of oil. We both spun, and the next 4 cars went off the circuit. And I was the only one who didn't hit anything. Very lucky that day.
Was that in the Valiant?
No, that was in the Datsun.
That was the Datsun. You made the change by then.
Cameron Todd is next in the Austin Lancer. His father, Robin Todd, used to race that car years ago. And here comes the Anglia.
Oh, no, this is the other
This is the other Anglia.
But it is just as angry.
It is indeed. A little 1500cc rack twin carbies and absolutely working hard. It's got rack and pinion steering and disc brakes, so it's somewhat better than it was when it left the Ford factory. Alan's a mechanic from Millmerran.
Sharing the car this weekend with Kim Hewitt, and here's one of our junior cars, although I think it's the non-junior driver at the wheel.
It is indeed.
Mitsubishi Lancer, car 224 and 225. Alex Niven. Alex was actually entered into the program in a Toyota Corolla, but unfortunately it seems to be that there's something wrong with the Corolla.
Actually, I saw the Corolla yesterday, but I haven't seen it come out today.
Alfa Romeo time. The first of a pair of Alfa 105 race cars here this weekend. This one a Sprint GTS, 2 litre. Driven by Philip Kay, former Formula Ford racer. If memory serves, brother-in-law for the Garland brothers. And here's the other Peugeot, the 403.
A later development of the 203. And I've got to say that has much more modern styling. It's a 1962 model, so it's 10 years newer, so it should. Beautiful paint on it, though.
Oh, yeah. That's certainly not standard. Didn't really have metallic coloured options back in the 1960s. As the Jaguar unleashes. Mark II 3.8 litre Jaguar of Greg Menzies. Part of a 2-car team of Jaguars. The other car in the team is the D-type replica. Drivers of a similar mark, or of the same mark, often flock together. Here's the Angria.
Yep, it is angry. Look at it come on off the line.
Slower through turn 1, but it looks like it's got more horsepower in a straight line, and of course a wider footprint with those fatter tyres as well. I'm comparing to the other Ford Anglia, of course. Yep. We're getting into a bunch of Cortinas now.
Michael Rosa is the first one to come by in the Mark I GT. This is his second year at the event. Last year was his debut and he came second in class, so he's hoping to top that. Not hanging around either.
A little bit of a lurch on the exit of turn 2 there. Just a little bit of push.
Greg Schilt is next in Neil Lewis's Mark I GT.
Yeah, the Lotus Cortinas had this sort of the colour they used for. They had this sort of an off cream colour, and then the green was very sort of. It wasn't a British racing green. It's the Mini. It's completely crossed up.
That's Hanson's Mini, and it is quick.
Perfect example of what can go wrong in a front-wheel drive. The rear wheels are a bit of a passenger on the car like a Mini.
But he simply drove out of it.
This is why they make great rally cars. The second of our Alfa 105s.
Mel Kaysen in the 2-litre powered 1972 model. That's one of the last cars they built in that shape. It's got the later model tail lights. Cars built to Group SC production sports car regulations. Sounds great.
There's quite a few of them in Group SC racing.
Yeah, I tell you what, the Group SC field has been enormous this weekend, and of course SB and SA for the earlier cars.
They're a fantastic category to watch at circuit racing as well, Group S.
Paul Gilbert is on the line now in the little Datsun 1600, running the L16 engine.
One of the committee members, Paul Gilbert, and he's this very rapid Datto. Go the mighty Dattos.
Yep, he's had this car for 18 years. Prior to that, he did 15 years in go-karts.
A little bit of a pause.
Yep. So we just saw the Alpha complete his run.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just looking to see who was coming back through turn 6.
So the track should be clear.
Unless there was an issue for Greg Schilt. See some of the most recent times on the screen. That's a fabulous time from, well, car 63 is Matthew Clift. Actually, those times have come from another event, I think.
Yep. I don't recognise any of those names.
Yeah, exactly, and we certainly don't have a race numbers as high as 851, so they've that's come from another source, unfortunately.
And they're over a minute, so that's slow.
Gilbert.
But, Paul Gilbert looking very quick through turn 2. Another Cortina leaving the line now. One of the many Mark 1s. This is Phil Haskett. And big sideways exit on turn 1, giving it plenty of berries down the straight there. Now, do the straights have names at Leyburn? Do we just call this the Canning Street Straight?
Yes.
The Canning Straight.
Canning Straight. The Canned Straight? No, that doesn't work.
No.
That's a bit contradictory.
Glenn Potter is next in another Mark 1 Cortina. He's showing us the neat and tidy way through the corner, but it wasn't slow. It's only a short run from the start line to the first corner. People come in with all sorts of enthusiasm.
Matt Clift is on his way in the Mazda R100. You can hear that car from miles away. It's a very Mazda rotary thing that they're much louder than Steve Ether, and the Jaguar is pushing hard as well. Jaguar XJ6. So the Cortina coming back in the other direction with the 3 cars on the circuit at the moment.
Very efficient management there.
And here comes Bob Haggerty in the second of the Morgan Park Performance Mazdas in the field.
Now I noticed the for sale sign on the back of the car. Bob says age is catching up with him, so he's put the car on the market. I don't know how long Bob's been racing, but it's a very long time.
He's been running this car. This isn't his first
no, he's had a couple. This is the one he's had the longest.
Yeah, and well, he's won a Queensland Championship in it.
Yeah, he's certainly his most successful car too. Dave Malone is next in the XU1. These guys running in Group NC, which is for historic touring cars from 65 to 72. Very, very popular class in historic racing. Quite often the biggest field you'll see at a historic race meeting.
A third Mazda rotary.
Casey Springate at the wheel, but Matthew Clift owns the car.
So all 3 of our Mazda rotaries are out of the Morgan Park Performance Workshops.
Looked very quick through turn 1. He's just heading into turn 2 now. Nice tidy line.
Oh,
Norm
this is not next. This is not a Mazda rotary.
Yeah, Norm Foyster came to grief in the first run, but I'm glad to see he's got the car out there again.
Not a crease on the car either.
No. Oh, hang on to it, Norm.
He's trying to put a crease on it.
It's getting very, very squirrely down what we're calling the Canning Straight. Bit of a lock up there into turn 2. What the professional commentators like to call IFL, inside front locking.
Oh, okay, that's not a new one to me, I must say.
Peter McConnell.
I've never pretended to be a professional. Peter McConnell, yeah, the Falcon GT. Glorious noise.
Peter McConnell described himself as an old fella who's raced since he was a young fella. He's today's version of what a hoon is.
Dennis Brown underway in the 2-litre version of a Mark 1 Ford Escort. Oh, he's been an enthusiastic competitor here at Leyburn for forever, it seems. Former employee of Dick Johnson Racing. Dennis hangs onto the car just barely on the run out of turn 2. Oh, here we go. Tyson Cowie, watch out this green and yellow Escort. This is fantastically rapid. He won't be pleased that Dwayne Taylor in the V8 Tirana was able to best him in the first run. He's got a very proud record for doing electrifying times in this Mark II Ford Escort. One of our angry, that's Dennis Brown just coming back to the finish line.
Yeah, we can still hear him all this distance away.
Doesn't it remind you of afternoons in the forests out chasing the Rally Queensland? And
it does actually, yeah. You could hear them long before you could see them.
Those glorious BDA Ford Escort engines screaming their most.
We're just waiting for Tyson Cowie to be unleashed on the field.
And that is the exact term for it. That's explosive, this Escort. Depending on your definition, this car is frequently the fastest roofed car here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. I say depending on your definition because you get some half and half cars that are, you know,
quite amazing though, because when you look at it, it just looks like a very well prepared club car, you know? And you wouldn't expect it to be that high up the order. So it's obviously very well prepared and very well driven.
It's naturally aspirated too. It's not turbo, not supercharged, nothing extraordinarily exotic like that. It's just a, well, I say just. It's just, it's a really, really nice Mark II Ford Escort. And driven like a 2-litre Ford Escort should be driven.
And the flag drops and he's away.
Car's registered as a sports sedan. You look at it, you associate sports sedans with huge aerodynamic devices all over the car.
Doesn't look like a sports sedan, it looks like a club car or in production. Very, very quick through turn one. Beautiful power slide.
Yeah, the back end wag, but controlled. It wasn't like some of our other drives have done this morning where they've been, where controlled has been a suggestion rather than a...
Here's Reese Endicott Davies now in a 2-litre Toyota. He raced drag bikes for 20 years and thought he'd try car racing for something different. His family probably supported that transition.
I'm thinking so.
Robin Manning just passing us now in the little Mini. Little 1300cc engine and looking very quick through turn one. Late break down into turn two. Darren Mellon sitting on the grid now, or the start line I should say. 4G63 turbo engine from a Mitsubishi Evo in an early model Lancer. This will be quick.
My goodness, and oh, bit of shake there.
Very tight entry there for turn one.
The front wheels are wobbling quite a bit. I'm thinking you don't get axle tramp in front wheels.
Interesting. A lot of smoke there. Was that out of the exhaust or out of the front tyre as you went into turn two?
Tom Brailsford, youngster in the Capri Piranha.
Nicely presented car, looking quick. He's pumping the brake pedal there, but on the run down Canning Straight.
Very serious young racer, Tom sometimes. He's a former winner of the junior competition here, the Mike and Ann Collins Memorial Award. And he's now races in the East Coast, the Super Mini Challenge. As here's the Daniels Escort.
Looking very, very quick through turn one. Jeff Daniels owns the car. Alex Daniels is nominated as the driver. 2.5 litre turbo engine. It's actually a Toyota 1JZ mid-mounted. Scott Gawley is next in the Holden 48215, what everyone calls it FX, everyone but Holden. But he's running the 202 red motor.
And speaking of more modern engined cars in Holden, this Holden Gemini has a Commodore V6 in it.
And I'll tell you what, he's doing well, isn't he? That is just visibly quick.
Ah. Not the first time I've seen a V6 Gemini conversion, but this one's really quite quick. Here's the Bruce Garland Ford Escort. Now, is Bruce at the wheel or is it Charlie O'Brien? Charlie was the last driver at the wheel of this one.
According to the tape on the window, Charlie O'Brien's at the wheel.
Oh my goodness, you see the Gemini in the background there, completely crossed up on the exit of the school corner. Mick Doyle in the V6 Gemini.
But he made it.
He did make it. It was a beautifully controlled slide.
Even if the initial presented FJ, doesn't that look gorgeous?
And driven hard.
Yeah, running a 202 Holden motor in it. No, it's not. It's a BMW M3 motor with a Catrag 6-speed. Wow. I just saw the capacity and assumed it was a Holden.
LS Chevrolet power. In Glenn McGrath, Nissan Sylvia, he overcooked the corner, but the brakes are good enough to pull it up. Of course, he's lost all momentum coming out of turn 1, and he's mucked up turn 2 as well.
Yep. A little bit too tight on the apex there.
He was late at turn 1 and he was early at turn 2. The Fairmont wagon now, car 86. Terry Pike. Not the car that he entered the race in. He was due to drive a Capri Piranha, but he's brought his road car Fairmont wagon instead. Oh, here we go. Dwayne Taylor. The Tirana outraced Tyson Cowie in the Ford Escort, and it will be an entertainment. No, Taylor's going for show on this run, I think.
Have a look at the stripes he's left down the straight. That says Dwayne Taylor was here.
I think it also is a diagram for a split S that the Air Force pilots can use. Formula V is on track now. Open wheel racing category that dates back to the 1950s. And it was a collection of Volkswagen parts to a small open wheel racing chassis. And called Formula V because, the drivetrain and the mechanicals came out of a 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle. In the 1990s, the class was upgraded from the 1200 Beetle specification to a 1600 Golf. But most of the Vs racing here this weekend are 1200 Beetles. That car, the blue car with the yellow nose there, Robinson, that's a 1600. Our open hill climbers are on the way now. Car number 90, Reed Hinton, 1300cc turbocharged Store F1000. Oh, and the car's gone quiet on the run out of turn 2. Something's gone badly wrong for Hinton.
We've now got a top 10 on the screen at the moment. And Amos, of course, is on top at the moment, FTD so far.
And there's Hinton on that timing screen there, 4th fastest on a 50.1. He's not going to do that time this time. Now this is Ross McKay coming up for a run now, currently 3rd fastest. Unfortunately, we seem to be missing Neil Lewis in the fly. The car is here, but Neil hasn't come out for a run. Hoping there's nothing terribly wrong with the car. But here goes Mackay. Best on his best run so far is a 47, well, his only run so far is a 47.1. One of just 3 cars that have set times under 50 seconds. Amos is on a 43.3, Hutchison a 46.9, McKay 47.1. Ed McCain on the line. He's not in the top 10. He'll be looking to change that. McCain, one of 2 OMS open wheelers running here this weekend, the other being Warwick Hutchinson's car. Hutchinson's car's a bit more potent than Ed McCain's, but here he comes. This is the latest in a series of 5 motorcycle-powered open wheelers for Ed McCain. 74 years old, and he's still racing these potent open wheelers. Okay, after Charlie O'Brien's had a run in the Escort, Bruce Garland's back for a run in his own car. Or is this a rerun for Charlie? We'll know when we see the race number on the side of the car. Just looking to see those lap times come in. And Hinton, well, we saw that Hinton broke down and his lap times are 1:53, so that's not even remotely notable, unfortunately. Mackay has gone second fastest to 45.4 to move ahead of Warwick Hutchinson. And it's Charlie O'Brien at the wheel of the Ford Escort.
The tape on the window says it's Bruce Garland.
Oh, okay. Very sorry. No, you're absolutely right, David. Bruce Garland, legend of Australian rally.
They're both quick, but I just expect Garland to be more sideways than O'Brien.
Another one of our open wheelers in trouble. Ashley Neuendorf in the Speeds RM11, the car just refusing to run properly. Spluttering and banging around. So another one of our cars. The car's had a birthday since we last saw it. It's gorgeous, metallic blue. Now this is Luke Weeks on the line. The Empire one. One of a couple of Empire race cars in Australia. You're probably familiar with the other one, David, the Empire Stealth, owned by Dean Ty, with that gorgeous Star Wars themed livery on the car. Stephen Woodbridge in the Formula 3 Dallara launches. HWA Mercedes 4-cylinder engine makes around, I wanted to say 300 horse, but that sounds too much. I think it's closer to 200 horse, but they're incredibly light. Oh, and here comes Dean Amos, car 97, the Super Cheap Auto stickered Gould GR55. Just
that was quick through one down into two, just visibly fast.
It's a weapon in a straight line. And then how quick that car is. Brett Bull's up next, chasing that elusive victory. How do you compete with Dean Amos? Brett's car's fine up in the high end of the rev range, but it's bogging down a little bit at the lower revs. Warwick Hutchinson now in the second of the OMS hill climbers from the United Kingdom. Turbocharged rotary engine in the back of this orange race car. Two-time winner of the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Just recently demoted by Ross Mackay to third place in the running order. Luke Weeks has come through with a very impressive time in the Empire with a 48.2. Woodbridge in the Dallara a 48.3. So we're seeing some much quicker lap times coming through. And speaking of much quicker lap times, Dean Amos a 41.8. So he's taken 2.5 seconds off his best to maintain the gap over Mackay and Hutchinson. Hutchinson's about to come around as the Toucan Removals Mini Club and Wagon van, I should say, is out on the track and doing much better than his first run.
Absolutely, he'll be pleased to have a good run now.
Rerun here for the store, car number 90. Reed Hinton So Warwick Hutchison are 43.5. So that was a time good enough to beat Warwick Hutchison, I think, for his first, first of our two Valiants. We've got a pair of what they look like our series Valiants. One of them is this one. Dale Hurd's car is not. It's a Plymouth, American import. But if you squint, they look exactly the same, just different colours.
And sitting on the other side.
Well, yeah, that helps too. Hence the squinting. Ooh, bit of a wobble.
Jim
on the
Hodgson's next in the Mustang GT350.
Oh, smoking them up on second gear, not on first gear.
Now, Jim has been competing here at Leyburn in that car for 20 years, and twice he actually ran that car in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, which is one of the most iconic hill climb events in the world. So just to get an invitation to that is quite something to be proud of.
Mike Collins took his red Mustang over there once as well.
Mal Troll just passing us now here at turn 1 in the R-Series Valiant.
This is a Chrysler Australia built car rather than the Plymouth American car.
Actually, the R-Series was fully imported. It was the S-Series that was built here, yeah.
Oh.
They only sold 1,000 R-Series. It was basically a toe in the water, and they took a couple of weeks to sell out. So they thought, all right, we better make this a regular model. Dan Armara is next in the little Datsun 1200.
Yeah, the Armara. Oh,
you missed that gear change. I was just about to say, it sounds like it's going really well.
The Armara family running a pair of Datsun 1200s.
Dan's been racing for more than 50 years in Warwick, Stanthorpe and Pittsworth and Leyburn. Greg Paul just passes it very, very quick through turn 1. Hung the tail out on the exit, but hung onto it. Little 1600cc Mark 1 Escort.
Now, Reed Hinton in the turbocharged open wheeler that had the rerun just then, 48.3.
So that's put him in the top 5.
Indeed. So, yeah, we've now got 6 cars under 50 seconds. As the second of the Reed Speed cars is on the track right now, the Mini.
Ricky Dewsnap at the wheel of the Mark II Cooper S.
Go the mighty Dado.
Rob Kippen at the wheel of his L16 powered car with twin Webbers and 5-speed.
They're taking some really aggressive lines through turn 1 this year.
Yeah, they're getting more and more confident, aren't they? I thought, I've been through there already. I know the way.
I think the step in confidence is actually quite big. They're considerably more aggressive than they were in early runs. The Lawrence Mark 1 Escort ready to go. Another cross-entered family entry. Father and son sharing the car.
Yeah, Braden Lawrence at the wheel, 17 years of age. This is his first event competing in the junior class. His father, Craig Lawrence, owns the car. He's been coming here to watch his dad compete since he was a baby.
I want a bit of that, he told Dad. He's probably told Dad a lot.
Yep, exactly. I don't think there wouldn't be motorsport without fathers. They're such a huge part of getting people into it. Seamus Murray just went by in the Fiat 125S. Seamus is a good Italian name.
Well, I guess that's the return serve of Bruno Giacomelli.
Yep.
The Irish-sounding Italian. Jason Amara.
Wow, that was quick through turn 1. He used absolutely all of the road. There was nothing left. Very, very quick run through there in the A14 powered Datsun 1200. He's pinched a brake at turn 2, but he made the corner.
Rod Robertson's Cortina Mark 1. Very pretty car, this one, the yellow and blue. Well, not non-standard, they're standard Cortina colours, but you just get so used to the white and the green.
Yeah, Rod's had this car for 5 years. Does sprints and hill climbs.
And the car's done Leyburn more than Rod has.
Rhett Silkstone is next.
Always have someone to race against.
Exactly, yep. Donna Trustham next in the GT Cortina. That car painted up to exactly match teammate Peter McConnell's Falcon GT. They look good parked together.
Oh, hello. Donna's stalled a little bit coming out of turn 2. Or just very slow coming out of the corners. Matt Woburn, I think.
Yep, A15 power in this little Datsun 1200.
He was right out of the power heading into turn 1. I think he's got the corner entry completely wrong and backed right out in order to not disgrace himself.
Mark Wood is next in the Mark II Cortina 1600.
Very familiar car, this car.
Oh, he was quick through turn 1. There's only just enough road there for him too.
Cortinas don't take up a lot of room, but sometimes you use every centimetre you're given. More Mark II Cortina.
Mark Archer at the wheel of his car. 2-litre engine. That's right. This is the one with the 3SG Beams engine, which is what they used in the Toyota Super Tourers in the 90s.
Oh, wow. Another bit of retro tech. Paul Brailsford unleashes in the Mark I Ford Escort. Senior member of a father-son team with Tom Brailsford. Paul did that on the first run. He's not got the exit of turn 1 nailed down just yet. Or doesn't care. No, he's wagging the tail out of every corner. He's having fun.
He's attended every Leyburn event. So I tell you what, there's a lot of frequent flyers at this event. People who love the event and they just come back year after year.
Chris Chant underway in their Mark I Escort. No, the car's still not running clean. Didn't have a good first run.
No, that's not burning all the fuel that's going into this engine. Next away, Steve Bridie in the 2-litre powered Datsun 1200. That's right, this is the one with the SR20 and twin Webbers. You can hear the twin Webbers as he comes towards us.
That was a nicely controlled power slide. A little bit too big for performance, but very nicely.
Not good for lap times, but great for photos.
Oh. Yeah, you love that photo when the front wheels are pointing in a completely different direction to the car is travelling in. More Datsun 1600.
Yeah, that's Brandon Flaxman is next. This is the SR20 turbo-powered car, developed by Morgan Park Performance.
And Matthew Clift, who's the proprietor of Morgan Park Performance, is listed as a relief driver. So I'm guessing at some point, in the unlikely event that Matty Clift gets bored with the Mazda R100, he can step aboard the turbo Nissan.
Very nicely presented car, isn't it? Really looks good.
And it's got some straight line poke. A little bit of oversteer on the, a bit of power oversteer on the exit. And now here comes the Beetles. There's about, I said there was 3 Beetles, but I think there's 4 of them actually.
Yeah, this is Tracy Harris at the wheel of her 1960 model, 1.9 litre.
Almost all of them are done up to improved production spec.
Yep, her husband Gordon built the car from ground up after being diagnosed with motor neurone disease. And now they use the vehicle to raise awareness for MND.
It's a very pretty car.
And they're ticking Gordon's bucket list in motorsport.
Wayne Mason on his way in the Mark I Ford Escort car, dressed up like Hannah McCullough's rally car from the 1970 World Cup rally. More Mark I Ford Escort, and this is Troy Maven.
It is indeed. 2-litre Duratec under the bonnet.
Yeah, he's a former winner of the under 2-litre Queensland Improved Production Championship. Oh, lock the brakes.
He bought this car as a bare shell from the wreckers for $200 33 years ago.
The BMW 2000. I want to say teaser. No, it's not teaser though, is it? There's some other collection alphabet of Tilux. That's it, Tilux.
I'm struggling to read it.
Yeah, Ross Kiff in the...
Yeah, maybe Ross could type the info sheet next year.
BMW 2000. Campground, and then everyone's slowing down for it. Of V8s of the mid-1980s, or early to mid-1980s. It seemed like every British police show of the 1980s had Rover SD1 V8s. And good friends of ours, the Donnellys of Sportsnet fame, raced an SD1 in Group A specification of Bathurst in 1985 and 1986.
That's right, yeah. Now, the Triumph V-Test that we're about to see, Brian Young's car, they were never sold in Australia. That's probably why we're not familiar with them. But he said these were all private imports. This is his 5th time here. He reckons the event gets better each year. He's not the only person who thinks that. And he's travelled up from South Australia. What a tremendous effort to support this event.
The proportions of that car look really quite... The A pillar and C pillars are very proud, like very almost upright, and relatively short body. Just sort of, you assume that the mind goes to like a much more streamlined car for that. It looks almost like a caricature of a car from the period, as though Lawrence Ascot gets away.
They're having another rerun. Craig Lawrence at the wheel.
No, they're backing. He's backing off as well for the oil flags. Everyone's backing off for the oil flags. I say oil. It's when I was growing up, it was always the oil flag, but it's the loose surface flag.
Yep, or potential loss of adhesion flag. Yeah. But yeah, it's usually oil, but it can be grass or mud or water or glass.
Or kitty litter, sand trap stones.
Or gravel, yep.
Yeah. Well, okay, gravel's the correct description. Warwick Penboss in this Volkswagen Beetle, I don't know if it's still there, but the first time I saw the car, he had a CD player mounted in the front of the car, because of course Beetle's are rear-engined, and he would play the soundtrack of Herbie movies.
Excellent. I have no idea what it sounds like, but...
Well, I had to ask. What is that? And it's, oh yeah, it's the soundtrack to, I think the Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo. Or Herbie the Love Bug, that were the first 2 films. So Neil Penboss steers through turn 1, races at turn 2. Car looking spectacular. That was very neat through turn 1, actually.
Neil describes one of his hobbies as spending way too much money on making old Volkswagens go fast. But the major modifications to the car, he lists Porsche wheels and go fast stripes.
And that tiny little wing.
Darren Hansford just passes us now in that beautiful XR Fairmont with a 289 Windsor V8 on the bonnet, sounding terrific.
Amazing to think that the that 289 Windsor, that's the same engine they used in the Mark I Ford GT40s. They didn't go big block until the Mark II GT40.
Phil Ross heading towards us now.
That Mustang of Phil's always sounds gorgeous.
It's got dual Holly 4-barrel carbs on it. That's a lot of fuel being fed into quite a small engine, the 289 Windsor.
What is it Michaela Bain says in the Transformers movie? It squirts the fuel in faster. Mercury Cougar arrives at turn 1.
I've got to admit, I do love Cougars. And how good does that thing sound with the 7-litre big block V8 under the bonnet, heading down into turn 2 as we look at it now?
For those of you unfamiliar with what a Mercury Cougar is, it's a Ford Mustang with different panels on it. Much in the same way that a Pontiac Firebird is the Chevrolet Camaro underneath us. Here comes Jamie Chant.
He's outdone his last burnout.
The burnout king of Leyburn. The JMC Performance Falcon GT.
Okay, I'm guessing that JMC Performance know how to build very powerful V8 engines.
There's quite a few JMC Performance cars in this field. Jamie's very proud of his work and demonstrates that with every burnout.
But that was seriously impressive. Look at the stripes he's left.
It's almost like he's prepping up for a drag strip run.
David Dunn is next in the XW GT Falcon.
Maybe he can take benefit from the extra rubber that Jamie Chance laid down for him. Which was Murray Carter in the Falcon. Rod Stevens raced an Escort.
That's
in
right,
the same
yeah.
team. And then later, Rod stepped up to another Falcon right at the end of the team's existence.
Nash Garland at the wheel of David Garland's Mitsubishi Lancer just passing us. They're set up, this car for tarmac sprints and hill climbers. It's got a very tarmac look about it. I was checking it out yesterday. Nice low, wide stance.
Gorgeous colour scheme on that car there. There's a member of the family who does graffiti-style murals. And he's dressed up both of the Garland brothers' cars.
Peter Light has come through very quickly in the Mini Clubman, 1275. My auntie had one of those, but I don't think hers went that fast.
Well, you only say that because you're not admitting to how hard you drove it.
But yeah, Peter, very enthusiastic through turn one.
Car 157 on its way. Chris Woodhouse. And this isn't a, this is an actual rally car, current rally car.
He's been competing in rally, trial and sprint events for over 20 years.
You can tell it's a current rally car spec car because it's still got the mudguards on it. 158 Ford Escort Mark II. Steve Brazier. Now this is always a quick car. Didn't see him on his first run.
2 litre, twin Webbers, extractors. This will sound good.
Peak Escort without going out too far outside of the description. A little bit of a pause. Nope, Steve's away. Here he comes. That's quite neat.
Yeah, fast but neat. Oh, took a very wide entry into turn 2.
Yeah, the found out that grass doesn't grip as much as bitumen does. Now here's Phil Kay in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Doesn't this car look glorious in factory Mitsubishi colours?
Actually, David Garland's at the wheel of this car.
Sorry, I'm getting mixed up because they're the Garland and Kay teams. There's they're related by marriage. There's another one of the K's members of the team has a Lancer, and this Lancer's looking a little bit. All right, just expecting more acceleration out of these cars. Here's Philip Kay. Raced Formula Ford for quite a lot of years actually before stepping into this RS2000.
It's got a Honda S2000 engine in it.
That's right, I forgot.
This will be quick. Sounds quick.
Honda S2000 has a bit of a history here at Leyburn. You remember Ray Vandersey's Skelter G-Force?
I do, yes.
Yeah, Ray won here 6 times, twice in his Van Diemen Westfield, which also had a Honda S2000 engine. And then his first 2 wins was in the Van Diemen. And then after that, he had his own self-designed and built Skelter G-Force race cars.
Bernie Keast is heading towards us now in the Mark II Escort, 2-litre rally car. Sitting up very, very high, obviously set up still in gravel spec.
Made the car's entry into turn 1 look even wider than it was. A lot of Ford Mark II Escorts here. This is Anthony Lawler's 2-litre.
Anthony's the proprietor of Toowoomba Performance and Mechanical. They're specialists in Ford Escorts.
Poison Ivy. I guess the green. Hope it doesn't have any characteristics of the Madman Vellum.
Oh, you're looking at the monitor, because I was thinking, there's no way he can read that from here.
Don't give away all my secrets.
It's got a single cam Pinto engine, twin 45mm Webers, which is absolutely the classic spec for these cars. And Anthony uses this car as an R&D test bed for engine parts for his cars, which he sells to Escort enthusiasts.
And it seems to work quite spectacularly.
It looks rather quick through turn 1. Rushing down into turn 2 now. Nice tidy line through there. Next on the grid is John Lay, another Mark II Escort 2-litre. That's right, this one's got a replica of Bjorn Waldegaard's livery from the Lombard Rally. Now, Escorts have a tremendous rally history in Australia, but it's nothing compared to what they have in UK and Europe.
Colin Bond and Greg Carr did some fantastic things with Mark II Ford Escorts here in Australia.
Did.
Keith Edwards on the line now in his John Bowe Tribute AU Ford Falcon. Porky, as he's affectionately known to all and sundry.
He appears to be running out of order. Maybe they're just fitting him in because he's got official duties.
5-litre V8 aboard this AU Falcon. Car dressed up in the tribute colour scheme of PAE Motorsport, which was a West Australian-based supercar team that John Bowe joined when he left Dick Johnson Racing.
Yeah, the car wasn't very, the car and team weren't successful, but the livery was iconic.
Now, before the end of the year, the team had been sold to John Briggs, who relocated to the Gold Coast for John Briggs Motorsport. And yeah, after another season or so, Bowe stepped away and Dean Canto was employed by the team. And then 12 months after that, it was sold to Triple Eight Racing from the United Kingdom. Roland Dane stepped aboard. And that started the history with Craig Lowndes and Jamie Whincup, and today Brock Feeney and Will Brown.
And that livery celebrates when Caterpillar released the 600 horsepower engines for highway trucks. And back in those days, 600 horsepower was astronomical for a highway truck. Nowadays, some of the European brands are selling over 700 horsepower. I drove a 600 horsepower Volvo once. You don't put your foot on the accelerator, you just put your right toe. You put your big toe on the accelerator because that's all it needs.
Oh, now here's something.
I was running bobtail, no trailer, so yeah, that's why it was quick.
Something very special coming up to the line now. This is the Brabham BT11A Tasman spec car, a Formula One, but with a bigger engine that Formula One's raced at the time. Formula One was 1.5 litre, Tasman spec, they were 2.5 litre. Paul Stokel is at the wheel of the Brabham BT11, a 3-time Australian Drivers' Champion in Formula Holden racing cars, 2-time winner of the Nations Cup, driving a Lamborghini Diablo. And since then, he's added a Targa Championship in a Lotus Exige as well, one of Australia's most accomplished racers who just racked up championships like Brad Jones used to.
And like Brad Jones, he's done it on multiple disciplines too.
Yeah. Tasmanian by birth, he's been based out of southeast Queensland for quite some time now. Runs his driving events company. And
I say he could probably be credited with discovering Matt Campbell, because Bill Campbell sent Matt along to Paul's drive day to do some driver training, and after the day was over, Paul pulled Bill Campbell aside and said, look, you've got to get this kid into something, and you know he has what it takes. He needs to be on the path, because at the time, you know, Matt and Bill had only ever envisaged doing club racing, but Paul recognised his talent and said, look, you've got to do what it takes to get him into a professional career, because he's up for it.
Took a little bit to get going. Formula Ford wasn't the best of experiences for Matt. He just didn't suit his style. But the moment they put him into a Porsche Sprint Challenge car, he was gold. He was in the B-class car. He was beating all the A-class cars. He set a lap record at Phillip Island that was much faster than the Carrera Cup cars.
Paul Stokell absolutely having a red-hot go.
And Matt Campbell, one of the Darling Downs' favourite sons, he unfortunately lost the Le Mans 24-hour this year by less than 15 seconds. It was a phenomenal race of just that one Porsche that Matt was a part of with Kevin Astre and Lawrence Vantor against the three Ferrari 499Ps. In the last hour and a half of the race, they hunted down 2 of the 3 Ferraris from 4th place, but they couldn't get the yellow one in front. Driven by Polish legend Robert Kubica, amongst others. And Kubica drove a phenomenal final stint to beat Kevin Astre heads up over that battle for the win at the last in the last half hour or so of the race. 15 seconds after 24 hours of 300 plus kilometres an hour.
Paul Lawrence leaving the line now in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. 1976 model, 2 litres under the bonnet. These were a very popular, compact, basically an executive saloon in the 70s, but quite sporting as well.
They were stars of the British cop drama, The Professionals.
But you don't expect a car with vinyl roof and wooden door trims to be so quick.
No. And then Ford decided they wanted some on-air sponsorship, so they paid the producers of The Professionals to give their 2 investigating cops 3-litre Capri V6s.
John Lay was next in the 2-litre Mark II Escort. And now just being waved away, it's
this is Glenn
Torrens in the Volkswagen Super Beetle, 1.9. So 1975, so that would have been one of the last ones sold in Australia. But as you said earlier, they still built them in Brazil for many years afterwards.
Volkswagen's still very enthusiastic. It's quite the cult following, Volkswagen in Brazil.
Well, they were still selling XK Falcons in Argentina when Australians were driving XD, XE and XF Falcons.
With the changing face of what the general public buys for their road cars, Brazil's come up with an interesting solution, and they have SUV racing. But the SUVs in name only, they're V8s. They're very quick. There's the Alfetta, the only Alfetta in the entry this year. There's usually at least one. Andrew Bear in the Alfetta GTV, 2.1 litre. The Alfetta GTVs are perhaps a little bit more famous for their 2.5 litre V6s, the GTV6.
And on his information sheet for the commentators, Andrew's put a note, thanks to all the staff of the event who make it such a great event.
Paul Ledgerwood underway now in the UC Tirana, the forgotten Tirana. It was actually sold alongside the first Holden Commodores. 6 cylinders, 6 cylinders only, and the 4-cylinder version was called the Sunbird.
Yep, my auntie had one of those too. It was a Lebanon as well. And Bryce Reid in the 6-litre V8 powered HJ Kingswood. That car looks like it's set up to go faster in a straight line.
Oh, look at this turn.
Enthusiastic through turn 2. He didn't actually lose it. That's as close as you can come to losing it without actually losing it.
And the glorious
Paul Spateri now on the RX3.
That's actually a Group C spec car.
Yeah, it says here that the car was actually raced at Bathurst in the 80s. I'd love to know the history of that car because it's just running a plain white livery now.
Well, there weren't many RX3s once they got to the 1980s.
No, because everyone abandoned them for the RX7. And next we've got that...
This is Grandad and Army Racing. Gary Stevenson in a 6-litre Tirana SLR. I wonder what they've done with the air coolers sticking out of the headlights, giving the car like a face.
Oh, I see, yeah. Yep, a couple of pod filters there replacing the headlights.
Yeah. With the Grandad number plate underneath. Yeah, the Grandad and Army race team was one of our trivia night teams on Thursday night here at the Leyburn Sprints.
This car has spent 25 years drag racing with the 454 big block on board. It was parked for 10 years, and now it's been rebuilt for circuit racing.
Looks spectacular. Gary looking a little impatient at the moment, tapping his fingers on the outside of the car. Someone's had a little bit of an issue out there on track.
They're holding him up. Once a drag racer, or also always a drag racer. I know he's got the Turbo 400 gearbox in it.
And look at how polished those wheels are. The tyres are, I should say.
So the whole car's really nicely presented.
Very Kermit. Oh, hence the eyes, yeah. It's frog eyes. I mean, it's not a Sprite.
I'm just trying to think, what was that name? Was that called Barbados Lime or something? That colour?
I've not across colours.
Back in the 70s,
yeah.
the Holdens had some really cool names for their colours. I had a Tirana that was described as March 17, which is, of course, St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, of course it is. Well, you couldn't very well call a Tirana British racing green, could you?
No.
It's slightly offensive. Oh, here's a familiar-looking character coming up to the commentary box. Dwayne Taylor is wandered up towards turn 1 at the moment, inspecting the other Tirana SLR 5000 out on the circuit.
Yeah, you could definitely hear it's an auto as he was going through the gears, or the car was going through the gears, driver wasn't.
I say Tirana SLR 5000, it's a SLR 5700. Oh, and here we go. Heritage Touring Cars are on their way. Anthony Tenkate driving the ex-Gary Wilmington Ford Falcon XD. This car was one of the original homologation Ford Falcons.
Yep.
In fact, the original, it was an ex-taxi when Wilmington acquired it. They were rather sneaky with the development of the car when they lodged the papers for the homologation. They put the weight of the car as the 6-cylinder version rather than the V8 version.
And no one checked.
And no one checked. And they gave the car a weight advantage, which allowed to be competitive against the lighter weight Holden Commodores that they were racing against.
Mark Respin having a much better run this time. You might remember his first run. He just went straight ahead at the first corner because the car wasn't running well enough. But sounds like it's running just fine now. Very sideways on the exit of turn 2. And turn 2, the exit of 2 is even tighter than the exit of 1, so there's not a lot of room to get it wrong and get it back again.
I'll go to Z. Cameron Lepp lining up on the start line. Cam Lepp in the Datsun 240Z. 3-litre motor in this one. Oh, you can hear the the noise of that car. Mark Crespin's Cobra RMC. Car 180 now. Cameron Lepp, Datsun 240Z.
Cam competed in the inaugural Leyburn Sprints almost 30 years ago in an Aston Martin. He's owned this car for the last 10 years, mainly uses it for tarmac rallies and rally sprints. Doug Stewart passing us now at turn 1 in the Porsche 944.
Now, 944s were a 2.5 litre.
Yeah, he's taken this one out to 3 litres.
Yeah, that's probably got the engine from the 968, which was the end of the line for that sort of body-shaped Porsche. Speaking of Porsches, 914 coming by. A 3.6 litre 914. That's just rude.
Yeah, it was originally a 2-litre 4-cylinder.
Yeah. but now it's acquired a Porsche Carrera engine. Oh, that was all a bit wrong there for
Mark Barth, and the Shelby Cobra had a very exciting departure from the line. Steve Cooper is next. Now, Steve biffed the hay bale at turn 2 on his previous run, but it looked like a very gentle hit, so hopefully there's no damage. And here he comes again.
This looks like a new car for Steve Cooper. So the Coopers have been racing Porsche 911s for decades. Husband and wife team and a daughter as well. They've been racing these 911s in varying capacities over the years. And this looks like yellow flags are out at turn 2, and Cooper backed right off. So that's Doug Stewart was the, Anthony Vanderdrift actually. No, Mark Barth and the Shelby Cobra was the car immediately ahead of Steve Cooper. Now, I ran into Kent last night, and it reminded me that I never get his name, the pronunciation right. Kessica. Kent Kessica. I'm hoping I've got it right again this time. Sorry, not again this time, for the first time. If not, I'll hear about it tonight. Aaron Lewis lining up behind there in the Ferrari P4 replica, and Craig Matthew won't be far away in the Ultima GTR. Did Ian Palmer come out for the first run this morning? I missed that while I was away. No, he didn't. They had some steering box issues when they fired the car up yesterday. .911 SC of Kent Kessica, and yeah, it's got the big 3-litre Carrera motor. Sounds fantastic. The beautiful Porsche.
Aaron Lewis is next in the Ferrari P4 replica.
Yeah, we saw the interview before on TV with Aaron Lewis describing
how Aaron used to race Formula 5000 years ago.
Elfin MR5?
I think so. It was an Elfin.
And yeah, one of the Ansett Elfins as well, the factory team. Yeah, the Ferrari P4. Aaron was describing before as one of the guest stars of the Ford versus Ferrari movie. These were the cars that the Ford GT40s had to beat to win Le Mans. And there's a famous scene in the film where Ken Miles is looking across as the Ferraris are side by side on the Mulsanne Straight, and Lorenzo Bandini in the Ferrari's engine just goes bang, and yeah. And at that point, that was it for Ferrari.
And James Flett in that beautifully presented Datsun. Another Group S historic production sports car.
Yeah, he's a regular in the various Group S cups around the country.
James built that car 20 years ago with Wayne and Brian Potts of Sydney.
And here comes John Siddons in his... The Siddons family have got at least 3 Datsun Zs, and this is the quick one. This is the one they used to win the Australia Targa Championship. And here's Gina. Gina ordinarily is John's co-driver, what they used to call a navigator.
Very quick run there. She's going really well through turn 1 down into turn 2.
They're a great couple made for each other, John and Gina. Gina's got all the personality that John doesn't quite have.
Yeah, John, very quiet, very shy, very unassuming, but very talented with a spanner or a steering wheel.
Oh, Matthew in the Ultima GTR was a little bit too quick into turn 1, had to back off a little bit too far. Yeah, turn 2 much needed in turn 1. I think I have it in my head right that the Ultimas were imported into the country by Dick Johnson Racing at one point. I know Dick had some involvement with the Ultimas back when they were being sold. 6.3 litre.
That'll be enough. Chris Nylon is on the grid now in the Porsche 911, another one of the IROC replicas.
Huge whale tail at the back of the car and the fat guards to support the wider tyres. Remember, Peter Harburg owned a couple of them that he and Wayne Park, who did the preparation, raced in the Porsche Cup during the 1980s. Wickedly fast race cars. In a series which was just full of really quick race cars. The old Porsche Cup was basically, if your car had a Porsche badge on it, you could run it.
That's right, yeah. Anything you like as long as it's a Porsche.
Peter Fitzgerald raced a 944 Turbo for quite a bit.
I remember that. And
Just
I think Jim Richards had a 968 CS at one stage.
Yeah, or a couple of 968s filtered into the series, like John Smith had a Vodafone stickered car in the series at one point. TNT supported a really wicked. Martin Wagg bought a Supercup out, like from the Super Cup series that supports Formula One, and raced that.
Chris Nolan looking very quick on his way to turn one, a little too quick. And he came in hot, and you could see him trying to wind on more lock, but they didn't have the grip. He's nudged the hay bale, but he's reversed out of it and driving off. So he'll still complete his run. It's just not going to be a very good lap time.
It was a nudge too, actually. He pulled up. You know, one of the things about Porsches is, as fast as they are, they stop so well. Brakes is the... oh, here's Ian Palmer. Didn't have a run this morning in Clint. Ian Palmer's a race Bathurst 1000 back in the day and back in the 90s in Holden Commodores, and also raced the Honda NSX Brabham in Nations Cup. Had a VN Commodore production car before all of that. Was a Gemini racer from way back. Raced a Lamborghini Gallardo in the Australian GT Championship. Ian has been racing forever, and Ian and his wife Andy have been very popular members of the Queensland motorsport community. And Ian's a mainstay of the Australian Trans Am series that's based out of Queensland Raceway and also races Lakeside.
Darren Rowe just heading through turn two now in the Ford Shelby Daytona Coupe replica.
No, that's a Cobra. This is Darren Rowe.
Ah, okay, they're running out of order
Daytona.
just to confuse me.
Well, they're both Shelby products in to an extent. Like Darren's car's a
yeah, you're right. Darren Rowe's
on
the starting line now.
Yeah, well, there's low profile tyres. That's not a
5-litre Coyote V8 engine with a 6-speed manual gearbox.
Former work colleague Darren Rowe, and he's bought this car as a car to have a lot of fun with. Built up as a kit car, he's built it himself, so it's the satisfaction of racing a car that you build yourself.
I remember Marge Simpson saying, Homer, I don't want you driving a car that you built yourself. But I'm sure Darren Rowe has a lot more skill than that. Well, it runs.
Yeah. It's not pink with crumples on one corner. Triumph TR7 with the sound of the V8 on board, car 194.
Yep. I think that's the car, that might be the car that John Carson used to own.
Yes, that sounds exactly right. Bradley Searle driving this car. And there's the Caterham.
Jason McGarry, one of the newer Caterhams here, 2015.
Is it a 2.3 litre Ford?
2 litre.
2 litre. Yeah, Ford, not a Ford Mondeo, Ford Focus engine. One of our MGs underway.
Stephen Jones in the little MG Midget, 1380cc engine.
But with the wide footprint.
That'd be a good little thing to drive, I'd reckon. The power to weight ratio is good, and it also looks very stable.
1380 is an A series? No, it wouldn't be, would it?
That's about as much as you can get out of an A series. That's really pushing the limit.
Car 197 Fiat X19, Kate Rain. All the Fiats parked together over the over in the paddock behind each other. Now has a 1500cc. This car came with a 1300. It is, and seeing a Fiat X19 is reminding, of course, we very recently lost a former Fiat X19 racer and more recently an Alfa Romeo driver in Norm Singleton.
Yeah, sad loss there. Norm was a stalwart of Queensland motorsport for many, many years. Very quick racer and a really nice gentleman too.
I laughed at the this car when I saw the brown TR7. The car has stickers on the side that say Chock Wedge.
And another TR7, Diane Fuller at the wheel of the 2-litre car. Diane's 5th year at this event.
Andrew Ansell, by the way, is the driver of the Chock Wedge.
Diane Fuller not sparing the horses on a run down the straight.
No, she's getting quite experienced at this now. Oh, well, the glorious Fiat 124 Spider. Earl Murray sharing the car with Seamus.
Looking very enthusiastic through turn 1. Accelerating down into turn 2, hard on the brakes. That is a very tight corner.
I didn't see Scarlett Rains in the name in the entry list in her spectacular looking Fiat.
Here comes a rerun.
Oh yeah, the
Steve Cooper
in the IROC.
Neat, tidy, fast.
Well, he's been racing 911s of hot 911s for 20, 25 years plus, Steve Cooper. And my goodness, have a look at the sound of this Ford Fairlane. How do you look at sounds? But my goodness, he's not. Sorry, Fairlane, it's Galaxy.
We didn't see him in the first run. So that's George Holes, 6.4 litre V8.
Yeah, he's not about the lap times. It's about the showing off. And what a glorious looking device that is. You could land a helicopter on the boot. Dennis Cotton and Porsche 914 underway. The 2.4 litre, so it's still got a big motor for a Porsche 914, but it's not the 3.6 litre of the car from earlier in the run. Some MGB V8s on the way now. Bob Baer's Rover V8 powered MGB. Aluminium V8, of course, the Rover V8 went into almost everything in British motoring in the 70s, and as far as the 1980s, of course, the Rover Vitesse had the same engine.
Barry Evans on track now with another V8 MG, 4.6 litres this one. That's a lot of engine for a little car.
It's a popular conversion for MGBs. The other biggest aluminium Rover engine you can find. The development of the Rover V8 became the Leyland V8.
David Lawrence on track now in the red MGB, the 1800cc engine. He's been running here since 2010, and his aim this weekend is to be quicker than his brother, who's running a Dolomite Sprint.
Yeah, it didn't come out for a second run. We saw it in the first run, but no, the Dolomite didn't come out for the second run. Neil Martin away in the second of the TR7 V8s. A very tight line through turn 2. Deceptively tight corner turn 2. Is Flavio Paggiero in another MGB V8 on the line? I don't know why it's got stealth written on it. There is nothing stealthy about this car.
It's matte black.
Oh, of course.
It'll absorb radar.
Yes. Oh, so that's how they beat the cops.
Yeah. Yeah, theoretically, matte black doesn't reflect radar.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Nah.
Mind you, the angular shape of that air intake on the top of the car might help.
And he's away, 4.6 litre V8 in this one. Flavio's a regular competitor here at Leyburn. I've got to say, he didn't drive like an Italian through turn one. That was very sedate.
He's warming up. It's an aggressive car. Some more aggressive MGs. Dave Roberts in Lightning McQueen replica. I say Lightning McQueen replica. The oh, actually, the Lightning McQueen stickers have come off the car. Lotus Exige now, car number 209. Jeffrey Burgess and Ruth Croft sharing this supercharged Lotus Exige. Now, an Exige means it's got the Toyota engine.
1800cc. He's added a supercharger to it.
Oh, they came with superchargers?
He's added a supercharger to bring it up to the newer spec. So the early ones must have been atmospheric. And we've got another one of the Group C Heritage Touring cars. That's Don Dimitriadis at the wheel of the Berkeley Exhaust RX-7. That car driven by Chris Clearahan at Bathurst in the 80s. Also by Ken Hastings, Ron Gross. A number of competitors in the Australian Touring Car Championship in the early 80s. And it's great to see some genuine heritage touring cars here this weekend.
And here comes Doug Swan in the supercharged Toyota MR2. First generation Toyota MR2. Michael Larrymore's second generation MR2, we'll see a little bit later, is properly quick car. Dougie Swan, member of the committee and a local resident. Used to have a Pontiac Firebird before this one. And here comes the Fly. We haven't seen the Fly all day. It's Neil Lewis, one of our potential front-running competitors. Obviously, the car's had some dramas getting underway over the course of the weekend.
Our top 10 times have just flashed up on the monitor, and John Siddons is actually inside the top 10 with the Z.
Not surprised at all.
But
he's ahead of Tyson Cowie, and that's interesting. He's ahead of Dwayne Taylor in that glorious V8 Tirana, but not ahead of Crespin. And Garcia in the McLaren is 8th fastest.
Yeah, the top 5 dominated by open-wheeler cars.
Well, top 7, really, if you include Matthew Reid and the Reedster.
Yep.
And that's his first run time, because he hasn't come through yet.
No. Yeah, Matt was saying that he might just run in the morning and save the clutch in the afternoon.
Porsche Cayman.
Possibly the newest car in the event here this weekend is Stephen Foss. Porsche Cayman 718 GTS, 4-litre flat 6 engine.
I think we've only had a Porsche Cayman in the entry once before. Well, that was quite a few years ago now. So different version. C4 Corvette.
Coming in very hot, but he's made it.
And it's not a C4 Corvette because it's explosive. Oh, Neil Lewis and the Flyers jumped into the top 10 straight away, exactly where we would expect. 9th fastest for considering what is his first run of the day.
Yep, and the track probably, I don't know whether the track would be faster or slower now because air temps up, track temps up. So you'll make more grip but less power.
Here's Garcia and the McLaren. Already in the top 10. Listen to that engine note.
Yeah, he came in very, very hot through turn 1 in the previous run, but I think the electrics took over and got him out of it.
Oh, and speaking of the... Oh, that wasn't the electrics, he overcooked it through turn 2. 540Cs, it's a 3.8-litre turbocharged McLaren engine.
Bruce Coombe is next in the Westfield Clubman.
We've always had a Westfield in the Leyburn Sprints. As far as I can tell and remember, there's always been a Westfield.
But normally, for 51 weeks a year, they just rely on a general store.
I'm not going to acknowledge that.
Okay, John, you'll let that one through to the keeper. John Walker had a very exciting run through turn 1 there.
That was very
He's
deep.
kept it out of the hay and kept it running, but just little 1600cc Elfin.
Great to have an Elfin in the entry.
It is indeed an iconic Australian brand.
Gary Cooper in South Australia built the Elfins.
And of course, that particular car was what you might call an Elfin 2.0 when the brand was rebirthed many years later.
Yeah, and Don Elliott in Tasmania owned the Elfins owned the Elfin name after that. Unfortunately, we lost Don Elliott earlier this year.
Erica Ferdinand on track now, one of our junior competitors. She's been competing since she was 14 years of age. She's run at Millmerran, Morgan Park, Carnell and Pittsworth. And she's done the driver training program at Morgan Park.
Now we've got a couple of XLs coming through. This will be the Whiteman family coming through now.
That's Lachlan Harris on track now.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I've anticipated. And here's the Subaru. Hannah Michelle and Owen Michelle sharing this car. It's 221 driving, so that's Hannah at the wheel, who's the junior of the... Oh, they're both juniors, actually.
Hannah's 16 years of age. She's been racing since she was since she was 12 years old.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? Imagine being 16 years of age and having 4 years of racing experience. One thing that we haven't mentioned yet, aside from how good it is for the sport to have these juniors programs, is the kids who get out there and do motorsport before they're old enough to drive on the road tend to actually drive very well once they get on the road. They have the skill and they've got all the excitement and all the silliness out of their system already before they get out on a public road. So they actually become much safer road drivers than their non-motorsport age peers.
They have a much greater understanding of the risks of motoring. Jim Preen in the Citroen C4. Sebastian Loeb tribute car in colour scheme with stickers on the side for the Australian Army. And here's Lawrence Murphy. Suzuki Swift GTI. Oh, that was very wide. Clips the barrier, clips the hay bale.
He's brushed the hay bale, but kept into it.
He's hit it hard enough to push it to one side.
He's made it through turn 2.
It was a slap more than a brush, I think. Tour de Celica, Lily Schofield. Standard 1.8 litre Celica motor for the time.
It's interesting, Lawrence Murphy in his driver info sheet said 15 years in this event, he's taken a straight car home every year. He mustn't be trying hard enough. He needs more right foot. Well, what do they say? Find the limit and then wind it back a little bit.
Lily Schofield has been racing at Mount Cotton and at Grafton for years and enjoys thoroughly. As we've got, are you on a horse, David? Or on a yacht?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, it's got the Old Spice livery on there. Yep.
Alpha GTV.
Stefan Siegfried at the wheel.
4-cylinder version of the Old Spice Alfa Romeo.
Yep, the twin spark 2-litre engine.
Bit of retro tech. It didn't come with a twin spark, did it? That's more of an Alpha 145 engine, isn't it?
Yeah, later one.
The Super Touring was the twin spark. Alpha was the
That's right,
spark
yeah.
motor, yeah.
They won the 94 British Championship.
Gabriele Tarquini.
That's it.
And his gloriously named teammate, Gianpiero Simoni.
Oh, he's pinched the front brake. going into turn 2, but he still made the corner. Disappears from shot. Next, we've got another little Suzuki Swift. This is Jordan Spiteri. This is Jordan's 3rd year competing in the juniors at Leyburn. He regularly runs in the sprint series at Morgan Park.
His father, Paul, runs the Mazda RX-3 Group C car that we saw before. Mini. Also be Madhava, won't it?
Yes. Yeah, we must apologise. We misgendered Madhava in the earlier events. We took a guess and thought, it sounds like a girl's name, but we were wrong. It's a boy's name. So our apologies to Madhava.
Oh, yeah, his older sister races in Formula V and has raced this Mini here previously. And that's what's thrown me.
Right, so yep, he's competing in the juniors. Previously done go-kartings.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, his sister Yamuna is also part of the team. Okay, waiting to get underway in his 2006 model Mini Cooper S.
Top 10 times on the top left corner of screen right now for those of you who have access to the big screens or through Speed Cafe. Dean Amos in the Gould is our fastest.
I see John Siddons has been bumped out of the top 10.
Yeah, that was by Neil Lewis. 9th fastest in the Fly 1. Aluminium coloured open wheeler. I say aluminium coloured, it's because it's unpainted. Paint is just weight.
Absolutely, that's what FedEx do, because aircraft fuselages are all aluminium, and they found that they could save a couple of tons of paint by just flying the planes in aluminium. And when you're charging $15 a kilo for air freight, it's worth saving 4 tons of paint.
Gould, Dean Amos, top of the time sheet, the Gould GR55. Warwick Hutchison races one of the OMS British hill climbers.
He's 2nd fastest.
3rd fastest, Ross Mackay, is another hill climber special, and that one is a I'm trying to say MacTac, but no, that's not the MacTac. MacTac's the McLeod team car. McLeod family have got these those BMW styled sort of Aussie racing car type cars.
The safety car is coming down the straight in the wrong direction, returning to the start line, so they've been somewhere.
Max Spec rather than MacTac, that's what Ross Mackay's car is called. Then we've got Luke Welks in the Empire 1. 5th fastest, Reed Hinton in a Store F1000. As Madhava Sternbeck gets the Mini underway.
Whoa, very quick through turn 1. He's used all the road, but it actually looked quite fast. It was neat and tidy and fast through there.
It's the only one of the modern Minis, the BMW engined Minis, in the field this weekend. We normally have 2 or 3, but just the one this year, Madhava Sternbeck.
Another junior is approaching us now.
Hyundai Excel, Kirby.
That's Stephen Kirby's car, Lachlan Harris at the wheel. Another Hyundai Excel coming down towards turn 1 now.
And this is the 2 members of the Wickham family. So Jai Wickham's car, no one has a rear bumper on the car because he wiped it off on the corner in the preliminary run at the start of the day here at turn 1. So I guess the car's shed some weight, so following the Lotus principle of add lightness. And here's Jai's sister, Pepper. Another X3 XL. There are hundreds, I'm not exaggerating, there are hundreds of X3 Hyundai XL racing cars around the country now.
Absolutely, it's just come out of nowhere. A few people initially pushed hard to get the class created, and what a success story it has been.
And a creation here in Queensland.
There's the Alpina 2.8 litre engine, 325i. BMW just heading down the back straight now.
Michael McMichael. Sophia Devitt's up next in the 3 litre BMW 3 Series. Not quite an E46 M3. 328i maybe? 33i?
Yep, I think they called that the 330i back in the day. But she was the winner of the Mike and Ann Collins Memorial Junior Award 2 years ago, but now competing in the open class because she outgrew the juniors competition or outlived it.
Got promoted from it.
Graduated.
There
Graduated
we go.
from the juniors competition.
Word games here in the commentary box. The Monteifel Commodores are up next. And I can see our 2 Group A cars getting ready to come out as well. 2 Group A's? Potentially 3. The Sapphire Cosworth is a Group A style at the very least. I don't think it's an actual Group A car. Sophie Davitt tips the BMW into turn 1. Team Schnitzel.
I love the team name, Team Schnitzel.
Yeah.
Because you just see it on a BMW and Schumann's going to say Schnitzer. Now, hang on, Schnitzel.
Yeah. There's a 3-car team of BMW racers in the Queensland Touring Car Championship that all runs together, including Andrew Knight, who you might know, David, who used to race Datsun 1600, including at one point the Touring Car Masters Datsun 1600.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one, yeah. He ran an SR20.
Yeah, and Andrew owned that car for a little bit. Since moved into a BMW to suit his teammates.
One of the Manteuffel 202 powered VK Commodores leaving the line now.
Craig first, followed by Jaden. Experienced HQ racing drivers, the Monteifels. They sort of stepped away from HQ racing in recent times and concentrated on doing sprints in their Commodores. The CTM Cabinet Commodore team. And here's the Michelle car coming up with the other driver on board. I think Owen does the second runs and Hannah does the first runs. You reckon they did rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes out first?
Yeah, who wants the warm tyres and the warm brakes?
And to know what time to target. So Owen on board.
Here's the second Manteuffel Commodore.
And this is Jaden Monteifel.
Enthusiastic through turn 1. He's having a red hot go.
They sound like HQs too.
Yeah. I was going to say they sound like XU1s.
Yeah.
And Tony Alford is next in the Group A Nissan. Now, Fred Gibson and the team at Gibson Motorsport actually built 4 of these cars when they were running the Nissan Australia Works team. This was the first one they built. It was originally run by George Fury in 1988, and then Mark Scaife drove the car in 1989.
That's right, that car crashed out of the race at Forest Elbow on debut at Bathurst. It was tangled up, if memory serves, with a Lansvale Commodore. Not this Lansvale Commodore, but the one preceding this one. Porky Edwards on board the AU Ford Falcon John Bowe tribute car. Oh, and here comes the VL Commodore.
Glenn Gerstle entering the burnout competition.
The There's almost always a Walkinshaw Commodore, VL Commodore in the entry here at Leyburn, but not often, in fact not ever, is it an actual Group A race car.
Yeah, this car did about 6 or 7 Bathurst 1000s, initially built by the Lansvale Smash Repairs team, and then passed through a succession of privateer hands. Now we've got the Sierra Sapphire on the course now.
Painted up to look like Mickey Biazion's car from the early 90s. Mickey Biazion had won the World Championship twice for Lancia in their Delta Integrales. And here's the Chicotolo Group B. Holden fuel-injected V8 aboard a car that started life as a little Alpha Sprint.
Before it was creatively redesigned.
And they are awesome, those Chicotolos.
Adam Kaplan at the wheel. Here comes the VK Commodore of Glenn Mitchell.
Adam Kaplan's a former racer of Formula Holdens and was also, at the time, the only Australian to own a Pagani. I remember he brought the Pagani Zonda to speed on Tweed one year.
Glenn Mitchell on track now in the VK Commodore. He's painted it up as a replica of the Brock and Moffat Bathurst car.
Now here's Lachlan Wyeth, whose turbocharged Toyota 86 went nowhere off the line on his first run. So the car's fixed. Ready to go again. Clean launch, makes it the second gear.
2-litre turbocharged.
300 horse, would you believe, in a Toyota 86.
That's a lot of power for that chassis. And he's going well this time.
It sounds like it's Subaru Impreza WRX now, doesn't it? Wayne Bell in the Larry Perkins Tribute Commodore is next to launch, and just to confirm, not the Wayne Bell of Australian Rally.
I was wondering there.
Yeah. Was the head of the Hyundai ARC effort at one point.
Running a 5.7 litre V8 engine. Of course, the VT Commodore was the last one to run the Holden 308 before they went to the LS1. Looks pretty quick through there. Simon Boss Walker leaving the line now in the V8 Falcon Ute. Matthew Gormley next. The flag drops and he's away. He's in a VX Commodore.
Yeah,
VY, I should say.
Greg Murphy tribute car for the 2002 Bathurst victory. No, not 2002.
No, 03 and 04 was the Kmart team.
Yeah.
Won Bathurst.
Yeah. Thank you.
I was there for both of those.
03 was the year where Greg Murphy just brained everybody.
And Greg Ross is next, sitting there in the line. He's got the headlights on, looking menacing in the M4 competition BMW, 3-litre engine.
I think quite a lot of modern BMW turbos in production car racing here in Australia. M3s, M4s and M2s.
It's interesting. Yeah, Greg says these cars are capable of 300 kilometres an hour, ex-factory, but for the Australian market, they're limited to 250. Good luck trying that.
Fair?
Yeah.
I suppose we don't have any autobahns.
No. Roger Vickery next in the blue VK Commodore. What a beautifully presented car that is. LS1 alloy V8 with a carburettor and an Aussie 4-speed. 2-litre engine. Gearbox and brakes and hubs, axles, all out of a Jag. Somehow they've managed to put a Jaguar into an MGA.
And they've styled it like a C-type.
Yeah, it looked like a Jag to me.
Here's the MacTac. Similar in concept to the Aussie racing cars in the field. Neil McLeod driving. It's a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more specialised hill climber and sprinter compared to the Aussie racing cars that are proper circuit races. Third generation MacTac.
Yeah, Neil McLeod's been competing for 70 years of motorsport. That's extraordinary.
Yeah. Now the second of the Aussie racing cars coming through, Des Thomas. And this car, a Holden Cruise bodied car or it's a VY Commodore. There are two versions of the Holden body shape on Aussie racing cars. And there's John Connolly, the co-driver or relief driver for Michael McMichael in that BMW 325i.
Yep, their entry numbers are too close together, so obviously one of them has to run out of turn. And here comes the Subaru WRX.
Glenn Brinkman flinging his Scooby-Doo WRX.
And Chris Ching now in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Magnificent cars, the Mitsubishi Evos. I've always wanted one. I don't know how long I'd keep my license, so that's why I've resisted the urge to buy one. But just a magnificent thing they are. He's been competing at Leyburn for 16 years. And next is Scott Dean in the Toyota GR Yaris.
Yeah, Ching and Dean have an intense rivalry. That kind of best mates rivalry where you describe each other with hatred.
And the horse car sets out for another lap. So that's the end of the second run.
GR Yaris, a 3-cylinder.
1-litre turbo.
Yeah. And that's, yeah, the 3-cylinder is why it's got that raucous sound to it.
I've got a missed call from Mark Jones 2 hours ago. Is there something you wanted to tell me?
Yeah. Off air for that one, Dave. That's for something that we didn't do at the time.
Between runs, we're just going to check our messages because we're never silly enough to come in here with our phones not on silent.
3 o'clock in the afternoon now, so there's still plenty of time to get some more runs in.
Yeah,
we'll
we can
have
get another 2 hours of running in.
Thank you, of course, to all of our sponsors, Collins Hay, Southern Downs Regional Council, Queensland Government, Speed Cafe, Loaders Are Us, James C. Performance, Boral, Tate Freight, Next Up Digital. And what... We've got some interviews from our social media team who've been out and about in the paddock and telling us all about our racing teams and all of the activities going on here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints.
I'm here with Lily, and she just recently raced this morning. And Lily, tell us about your car.
It was a 2002 Toyota Celica. I bought it back in November. I learnt to drive it in the car.
And how long have you been racing?
I did like first hill climb probably back in like February maybe, down in Grafton. And I've done it at Cotton since then. And this is my first big race really.
And what inspired you to race?
Well, my family used to do the vintage caravans for a few years here, and I've always joined them. And last year I just really loved it, so I knew I had to get into racing.
And how are you finding the Leyburn Sprint since it's your first time here?
It's great, like the community, they're all so nice, and it's just lovely with all the nice cars. It's a really good time.
Thank you so much, Lily. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, of course, again to our sponsors, Shannons and Bowden's Own, the Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, Work Credit Union, and all of our wonderful sponsors here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints, and being broadcast through Speed Cafe across the internet and around the world. Also thanks to Greenbury Panel and Paint, Rhodesi Products, Cow in a Box. Actually, the Cow in a Box food truck is just right here beside us here at the commentary box at turn 1, and it's tremendously tempting. Now we've got a number of competitions going on alongside the sprints here. The Vintage Van Village is just over behind us here at the commentary box at turn 1, with the Cambodia Rockers rocking away in support of the Vintage Van Village. We've also got the Show and Shine, which we will do presentations for around lunchtime afternoon tomorrow.
I'm here with Kerry today. Are you able to tell me a little bit about yourself and about your car?
Hi, I'm Kerry. I'm from Toowoomba. I'm 30 years old and I race in this beautiful Fiat 125 Sport. And I've been doing this for about 5 years. I've only done the sprints, but yeah, would love to get on the track one day. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you told me that you raced earlier today and you're up next. How does it feel like racing, and is there a particular time that you're wanting?
I'm not too worried about time, to be honest. Just keeping it on track is great for me. The first time I raced here, we had a white one that I got in 2 wheels, so that was a bit scary, to be honest. But just, yeah, keeping it on the road is great. And missing those hay bales, yeah, is the big thing.
That's definitely important. And of course, this is a very male-dominated industry. How does it feel like to be a female in this type of world?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, especially seeing the little kids come past and being like, oh, there's a woman in that car racing, so that's pretty nice. So hopefully it is my husband's car, but hopefully my name will be on it soon to race it. And then we got Kate here in the X19. She's out currently watching it, but she's a great racer too.
Perfect. And is she up today or?
Yep.
Yeah, perfect.
She'll be racing today. Yeah, she's a great racer.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, and good luck for your race upcoming. Thanks. But yeah, thanks so much.
And thank you very much to our social media team in the background, doing all kinds of stuff behind the scenes and recording interviews and putting out onto the internet. Justin McCarthy is lining up on the start line to start run number 3 in the Austin 7. We did a bit of a special presentation for Justin last night here at the pre-event barbecue. Put a little cake to celebrate his 10th year running in the Leyburn Sprints and also the 100th anniversary of his race car. 75 years old when he started where he first decided to be a racing car driver. He's now 85. He'll never catch up to the age of his car. We've never had a 100-year-old race car in the sprints before, and now we've got 3 of them all at once, thanks to Justin and also to And also to the Chisholm family. Justin McCarthy's actually car's logbooked as a Group J car. It's a 1925 replica Austin 7. Justin's retired these days and lives in Bribie Island, and he's owned Austin 7 since he was 16. Justin's very proud to have shared the Austin 7 background with drivers like Peter Brock and Dick Johnson, who started their careers in Austin 7 related devices, and is also wants to make mention, and on Austin 7 won the very first Australian Grand Prix in 1928 at Phillip Island. Mind you, Captain Arthur Waite driving that Austin 7. It was a supercharged car. It was quite a bit quicker. And Waite was also married into the Austin family. He was captain because he was an artillery captain in World War I. Became an executive for the Austin Motor Company and was their representative here in Australia for quite a few years. And that's where he got the idea to run this first Australian Grand Prix. And he sent for the family back home to send his Austin race car out to Australia. Sent the wrong one. Didn't send the quickest one. Sent the second quickest one, but it was still good enough. Of course, the Australian Grand Prix was a handicap at the time, so maybe all things being different, if they'd sent the quickest one, it might not have won the Grand Prix. But yeah, it began a tradition at that 1928 race at Phillip Island that lasted all the way up to 1984 before the Australian Grand Prix history was merged with the Formula One World Championship in 1985 to creating a new history. And we've had so many fantastic drivers roll through the history of the Australian Grand Prix. Of course, most notably Jack Brabham, three-time world champion, and then Alan Jones, 1980 world champion. Denny Hulme, 1967 world champion. Well, during the Tasman era, we had all the top Formula One drivers of the era come and race in Australia at the Australian Grand Prix. Guys like Graham Hill and Jim Clark and Jackie Stewart. Pedro Rodriguez once, I think. Jochen Rindt, a great Austrian who won the World Championship in 1970 and unfortunately died before he could be crowned champion with 2 races left in the season. Vern Schuppen, the Australian Le Mans 24-hour winner, was amongst the drivers through the Australian Grand Prix in the 1970s. And some of it... You're switched off, David. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that to air. Makes you sound even worse. Sorry, my apologies, David.
Yeah, Brian Chisholm just heading down the straight now. Plenty of smoke off the back of the car as he left. I'm assuming that was oil smoke, or it could have been tyre smoke. I don't know if you can fry a tyre with 6 horsepower. It'd be fun trying, although they're skinny enough.
They want to be very soft.
Yeah, it's amazing the evolution of motor vehicles, how they've become wider and so much lower.
Do you think you can get a qualifying tyre that's only 2 inches wide?
Motorbike tyres.
The second of the Chisholm family cars sitting on the line now, the Crossley. Considerably larger car.
And considerably larger engine too, 2.5 litres versus the 700cc that we saw previously.
4 times the size. Almost 4 times. It's 3.5 times the size.
Yep, this car was restored by David and his late father from the ground up. They finished it 25 years ago.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Produces 19 horsepower with a 3-speed crash box. But here you go. They've got wheels. They've got brakes on every wheel. Now, that's a bit fancy. Top speed of 60 miles per hour from a 100-year-old car. That's awesome.
Excuse me, kind sir, there in the Turn 1 grandstand with the Holden wall art. You get? Did you get that from over the sellers area over behind Turn 6? He's not quite twigged, does I'm talking to him. Just trying to throw a promo to all of our stalls over in the stalls is kind of underselling it a little bit. The professionals.
Yeah, it's like a market.
Yeah.
That's at the end of the showground near Turn 6. You've got to walk through the pits to do it, but you want to walk through the pits anyway so you can have a look at all the cars. And there's some amazing stuff for sale. There's tools, there's merchandise, there's car parts, there's art.
Yeah, some magnificent looking cut framed metal wall art of silhouettes of various race cars and car logos.
Belinda Schiller out on the track now in the MGTB.
That's one of our 1949 Australian Grand Prix cars. Uh-oh. Grind, grind, grind. No.
Barry Smith just passed us in the Ford V8.
Could not find a year.
But he's found one now and accelerating rapidly down Canning Straight.
Oh, terrible sound. Does not make your skin crawl.
This is Barry's 29th Leyburn Sprints.
Well, he's hoping that's not a problem with the car that will prevent him from running tomorrow as a Jaguar XK120 Special, a Jack Robinson car. David, you and I were looking at the car in quite some detail yesterday. The gear stick on this car is between the driver's legs.
Directly beneath the steering wheel.
Yeah.
It's in the centre of the car, so I suppose it suits ambidextrous people because you can change gears with either hand.
That doesn't make the gear change any less awkward, mind you, I would have thought.
I'm just not diving down between your legs to change gears. Just seems weird.
It feels like you'd be hunched over the wheel, holding the gear stick with one hand almost to... But it's a very rapid race car. A very big race car, but I suppose with that long Jaguar engine.
Yeah, you're never going to make a compact car with a Jaguar 6-cylinder engine. Craig Carlson, no, I think it's Belinda Schiller is on the grid now.
Car has not launched.
No, it's Colin Schiller, actually.
Yeah, Colin, yeah. Belinda's
the MGTC. Oh, it doesn't sound like it's running cleanly.
It's MGTC. It's a very special MGTC, that one. There's not a lot of MGTC left in the bodywork, certainly.
Yep, it's supercharged, it's lowered, it's chain driven.
It's very much a vehicle of a bygone era.
Once upon a time, it was Australia's fastest MG, this car. It was clocked at 186 miles per hour.
That's remarkable.
Absolutely. That would be terrifying.
Oh, yes, it would. Absolutely. Here's a D-type replica. Brian Barbie. .4.2 litre. I made mention before the 4.2 litre. Jaguar didn't believe that they could get 4.2 litre capacity out of the XK series engine. But Bob Jane said, hold my beer. Bob Jane and his crew. And they were able to get a 4.2 litre into Bob Jane's Mark II Jaguar for the 1963 Australian Touring Car Championship, which he then won.
On track at the moment, we've got Lance McHugh and the Electron Minor Fairthorpe. Never ever seen one in my life, didn't know they existed. But I've got to say, what a lovely looking car.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Graham Branch heading towards us now in the Bedson Enfield. Oh, big power slide out of turn one. Oh, I love it. 700 cc's of grunt, and he's just smoking it up.
And demonstrating that there's a tremendous history in motorcycle-powered open wheelers that goes all the way back.
Hanging loose on the exit of turn 2 as well.
1959. Here's John Devitt in the Holden Special, the ex-Glenn Scott car.
Oh, he's fishing for gears there. Oh no, it's all right now. Found another one. It's amazing how many specials were built in the 50s using Holden engines, because people couldn't afford to buy a racing car from Europe, so they just make one. They just make their own chassis, and they get brakes and suspension from whatever. But so many of them chose the Holden 6-cylinder engine for a power plant.
Yeah, the side valve Ford V8 was the other option.
Evan Redmond on track now in the MGTC, 1500cc supercharged.
One of the Grand Prix cars of the era.
That's
Eldred Norman's car, one of Eldred Norman's cars, had 2 side valve Ford V8s mounted together. I mean, the nose of the car was incredibly long to make space for these 2 4-litre Ford V8s. But that was and Eldred Norman was a mechanical genius. Of course, we know the Normans through Eldred's son, Bill, who is just as much of a fan of exciting engineering in race cars as his father was. Bill had a Kawasaki engined sports car that was, they ran here at the Sprint several times. He had a Formula Holden as well.
Oh, I remember that one,
yeah.
Peter Turnbull sitting on the line now. He gets the flag and away he goes in the Turnham Steel City Special.
Oh, you look at this car close up, it's a magnificent example of engineering. Self-built.
One of 15 cars that he built himself over a period of 50 years.
When you've got a template that works brilliantly. And it sounds magnificent. For those of you who've ever, when you see a lot of these sort of early open wheelers, they're called specials, and that's because they were, it's a catch-all phrase for hand-built cars and the people who are in backyard, they're not factory-built, the cars have been built by others who've just one-off cars. That's, as you were saying just before, David, built with whatever was to hand.
John Barham heading up through turn 2 now in the Lotus 7, 1962.
Now that was a factory-built car.
Yep, that was actually a genuine Lotus 7, not one of the many, many replicas that different companies built over the years. Nev Birtwhistle just goes past us now. We're driving Bevan Batham's Centaur Waggot GT. That's the 1962 Australian GT Championship winning car that was driven by John French.
Indeed. Much missed John, who unfortunately we lost John only a couple of months ago. 1981 Bathurst 1000 winner alongside Dick Johnson. He was second in 1972 in the to Peter Brock in the XY GDHO, in what I think was the best result ever by a purple race car in Australia.
Matthew Devitt on track now in another Bevan Batham car, the Centaur Clubman from 1965. And here comes Mike Gosbell in the Osper, aluminium-bodied 1100cc racing car.
Yeah, Formula Junior engine car, this car. It started life with the BMC and that then was updated to a Ford. Ford was the engine to have in Formula Junior racing. Well, the Italians didn't tend to like that idea all that much. So they persisted with the Fiat engine for quite a while in Formula Junior, but Formula Junior was a relatively short-lived category. It turns out that the engines got too expensive quite quickly because they were they revved to incredible numbers.
A lot of engine development went into Formula Junior cars, and then they come along with Formula Ford, where the cars were effectively standard engined. And everyone thought, oh, this is cheap. Heading towards us now is Brian Aldred in a Centaur.
It's great to have so many centaurs here this weekend. One of the racing cars and clubman style cars that was brands, and it was built here in Queensland.
Yeah, this car was built in 1965. It raced for 10 years, and then it was cast aside, basically neglected and forgotten, and then rebuilt, and here it is today.
And here is Greg Ross driving Glenn Cook's Jaguar XJ13. XJ13 replica. Listen to that noise. Oh, shut up.
Yeah, beautiful car. Of course, a real XJ13 is worth £7 million. So Greg decided, oh, let's build a replica instead.
Yeah, slightly more affordable. I mean, you could spend not even a tenth of that money, but still be a really expensive race car.
Brad Stratton is next in another Bevan Batham car, the Elfin Malilar from 1962.
A sports car built by Gary Cooper out of the Elfin Sports Cars workshops in Adelaide. So many wonderful safety cars headed out. He's hoping it's not, well, you don't want to hope it's anyone who may have gotten into trouble, but he's hoping it's not the XJ13.
Okay, well, he's turned right at turn 2.
Oh, no. Something nowhere near as serious.
Is he responding to an incident, or is it just a repositioning? Here comes the tilt tray. So Steel Rudd 24-hour towing, providing our tilt tray services this weekend. And they're going to pick up a car that can't be flat towed.
Thankfully, we haven't really had much need for the tilt tray this weekend. Or just the clubman, I think.
That's right, yeah, who destroyed the front left suspension right here at turn 1.
Daniel Hunt.
Yeah, if there's no chassis damage to that car, it'll be quite a simple repair. You simply unbolt the bent parts, throw them in the bin and fit new ones.
Beautiful things about a clubman. They're relatively simple to repair.
Another course car moving out.
There's Elfin Malilar that Brad Stratton's sitting in on the line. Elfin Malilar, like I said, built by Elfin Sports Cars in Adelaide, and this about 6 or 7 of them were built. They came in a variety of specifications from 1100 up to 1500 cc's. A reminder that one of our raffles that we've got running over the course of the weekend, the Ultimate Gold Coast 500 Experience. This is a raffle we have every year and drawn at the Historic Leyburn Sprints, 3 p.m. tomorrow. First prize is 2 VIP tickets to the Gold Coast 500. 2-day ticket package, pavilion and Piper Heidsieck at the Piper Heidsieck. Including 4 nights of accommodation, and that's around $7,500 worth, plus 5 $500 vouchers to Super Cheap Auto. So if you're near a screen, scan the... I forgot the name of those logo things that's in the bottom right corner. QR logo. Yeah, I think I'd remember a name like QR logo. Yeah, QR logo, bottom right corner of the screen. Or just look it up off of the Historic Leyburn Sprints website. And yes, terms and conditions do apply. See Raffle Tick's website for details, actually, not the Historic Leyburn Sprints website. Yeah, Raffle Tick's, as you can see on the screen. I've had some tremendous fun over the years at the Gold Coast 500. I was very fortunate to have a media pass for a couple of years. Good friend of ours was Mark Walker was in pit lane doing photography work one year when it was in pouring rain and they had a pile up for the IndyCar race. And I think it was Adrian Fernandez tried his very hardest to clip Mark with his rear wing. How? Okay, we've had a question here. I'm not sure if this is for some kind of a trivia quiz, but we've had a question here over how old is Neil Lewis. Now, this is, off the top of my head, no, but I'm going to look up the Bible. No, not that Neil Lewis. No, no. Neil Lewis used to be one of the permanent staff at Queensland Raceway, and no, it's not that Neil Lewis. This is Neil Lewis, who's I don't know why I can't remember which car he's running, because I know that Neil's been running here for years and years and years.
He's been competing here for over 20 years.
I'm here with Christopher, and he has just come off the racetrack. Now, Chris, tell us about your race.
It's been quite good out there today. It's plenty of traction and whatever. I just take it easy. I just don't want to crash. Yeah, it's been good.
So good. Now, how many have you gone to the Leyburn Sprints many times in the past?
Right, this is my 9th year. Yeah, so I started in 2016. Yeah.
And what do you love about the Leyburn Sprints? What keeps making you come back?
Just the atmosphere, so friendly. It's just a good casual event. It's not too stressed. It's just a party. It's really good. Excellent. Yeah.
And what is so special about this particular car that you're racing today?
Right, this car was built in Wisconsin in the US, and it was copied off a Lola T492 that was Carl Haas brought into America. And the people that built this, they copied it off one of the cars that came in, and they only built 3 or 4 cars because Carl Haas was going to sue them, so it sort of stopped. And this is the only one in the country out of the US, and there's probably only one other still existing in the US out of the 3-4 cars that were built. Yeah.
What a special car. Now, thank you so much for talking to us, and have a good day.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the Mofoco Sports 2000 racer, such a wonderful racing category. They basically took the drivetrain out of the Formula 4 2000 racing car, which was already popular in the US, and put a sports car body on it. And it was huge in the United Kingdom and in the USA. And they were, the parts were easy to come by. It was a relatively modest racing car, but with 2-litre Pinto engine power, they had plenty of power on board. They were very light. They made magnificent race cars. And never took off here in Australia. I guess at the time it would have been because they would have clashed directly with Sports 1300 Clubman race cars. But they're very popular now in historic circles. There's quite a bunch of them that race around here. Keith Carling, we've had several Sports 2000s run here over the years, either in Lolas or Tigers, or several other models as well. Royale. And Keith Carling, who's racing his RX-7 here this weekend, he raced previously a couple of different Tiga Sports 2000s. Fabulous to have Keith here. One of the lions of the peak of productions of sports sedan racing in the late 1980s, early 1990s, when the category just exploded with a whole bunch of new cars. Had some terrific racing back in those days. Like, Greg Crick had the Honda Prelude Chevrolet. Des Wall, the Toyota Supra. Keith Carling in the 300 ZX Turbo. Kerry Bailey in the Toyota Supra, the earlier model compared to Des Wall's car, Toyota Supra. The Monterosso brothers from South Australia with their Escort and Commodore. The Escort RS 6000.
I remember that one.
As labels go, it's kind of ridiculous. And of course, Gary Scott and the Jaguar XJS sports sedan as well.
Brad Stratton just been waved off the start line there in the Bevan Batham Elfin Malilar.
Yeah, Gary Cooper had this little thing at the time when he would name each new model that he'd produced after the racetrack that the car got its first win. Hence the Alpha Catalina Formula Junior.
So what did he call them before they had won their first race?
The next car. But that explanation doesn't exist in what I've read.
Okay. Shane Murphy next in the Lotus 7. Shane's owned this car for 20 years. Got a Ford pre-crossflow Kent engine. 4-speed gearbox and it says 4 Webbers. I'm assuming he means twin Webbers. 4 throats. Total weight 498 kilograms. Any race car under that half a tonne is impressive.
Yeah.
Trevor Peppers is on track now with the Volkswagen Wasp. The unmistakable sound of a Volkswagen air-cooled flat 4.
Only slightly unfavourably, and I guess affectionately referred to as DAC-DACs. I guess that's back in the day that was one of the favourite derogatory terms for Formula Ford races to describe Formula Vs. Bit of rivalry went on at the time between the two entry-level open-wheel racing categories. Formula Ford got quite a bit more serious quite quickly in the 1960s and into the 1970s compared to Formula V, which stayed very much as a grassroots style of open-wheeler.
John Devitt on track now, having a rerun in the Holden Special.
Bowen on track. We've got a pair of Bowen P6s here in the field. One's a Formula 5000 with the 4.4 litre Leyland V8 engine, which basically means it's a Rover.
He's taken a nice wide approach there to turn 2 and kicked up some dust. But those back tyres are so fat, you probably don't realise how far they're sticking out when they're behind you.
It's very unique look, that Formula 5000 look. I mean, not even Formula 1 cars of the period had that sort of rear tyre look like the Formula 5000s did. And here's the other Bowen P6. And this one's a Formula Ford with the 1.6 litre Kent engine that came out of Cortinas and in period and was used by Ford for almost everything, you know, from Ford Transits to Ford Escorts to consoles.
Christopher Hassman next in the Mofoco Sports 2000.
Well, I just saw an interview with him on camera. Now, Mofoco, and you've got to say it carefully, Mofoco stands for Motors for Competition. Sports 2000, so it's got a Ford engine on board. And here's Keith Carling in the RX-7 Sports Sedan. Now, sports sedans, for those of you who don't know, is the closest thing to no rules production. That doesn't mean there are no rules for sports sedans, but it certainly provides for out-of-the-box thinking and race car construction like no other category in Australia does.
Doug Angus on track now in the Elfin Formula V.
And there is more than one Elfin here this weekend.
Doug Angus, a former winner of 4 Formula V Nationals.
Some of the most fun racing you'll ever see is at a Formula V Nationals. Whoa, the Venom on track. That was a lot of understeer.
He did that last time too. Kip McIntyre approaches turn 1 with tremendous enthusiasm. Then a little Formula V Venom.
Whoa, hit some kilometres of witch's hat on the outside of turn 2. A traffic cone if you prefer. Kip has a remarkable dress sense. And he wears this long sort of faux fur white coat with black spots on it. Matching hat, and then he has streetwear that matches that as well. He's quite the character. And he's a young fella too. Here's the Sunbeam Alpine off the line. Please, nobody hum the Get Smart music. We don't need that.
We'll bring in the cone of silence.
Oh yes, yeah, of course. Paul Ritchie driving the 1.6 litre Sunbeam Alpine. The largest tail fins you'll ever see on a British car, just about. Triumph TR2, which is just about as old as Triumph Scat, Triumph cars at any rate.
Yep, 1954, this one's a very early.
Quite the history in Australian motorsport, Triumph, across both entry-level sports cars like TR2s and then TR3s. They got progressively more aggressive as they went on.
Not many people know that Alan Moffat had his first race in a Triumph TR sports car at Sandown in 1963. Brian Cather leading the line now in the MGB. Sorry, I've gone off too soon. This is still Peter Everett in the Triumph TR2. I've turned the page before the cars turned the corner.
Moffat was transiting from Australia to North America a bit back then. He did some work for Lotus for a little bit during their Lotus IndyCar campaigns.
Yeah, he ran a Triumph in production sports car racing to no success, then went to America and learned heaps working over there in Trans Am racing, and then come back with the Lotus Cortina. Stephen Callahan is lined up now in the MGB. Flag goes up and away. I love the fact that they still use the traditional Australian flag, which was, of course, how races were started once upon a time before we went to this red light business.
I do remember a story of Graham Hill, who was on the outside of the front row of the Australian Grand Prix one year, and he's just waved to the starter holding the Australian flag, and he's just in Graham Hill's inimitable way. If you don't mind, good sir, could you please step back a little bit? I can't quite see the flag from where I am this wide at the start. Lotus Europas, they were built from kits, like Lotus were, and the Lotus Europas in Australia were assembled by the Gagan brothers in their Sydney workshops. They were Australia's Lotus importers, and also the reason why Leo Gagan raced so many Lotus open wheelers. Pulled off some remarkable results over the years with those Lotuses, did Leo Gagan, including winning the Grand Prix of Japan in the Repco-powered Lotus 39.
Jeff Messer on course now in the MGB, 1800.
The weirdest thing about the 1960s Grand Prix of Japan, the Japanese Grand Prix was a different race. It was a touring car race.
Barry Campbell just passing us now in the Bolwell Mark 7.
Another South Australian design.
With 202 Holden power.
Back in the day when you could build a fiberglass bodied car in Australia and sell that for the road. As here comes Stephen Clements in the Ferrari. Ooh.
Absolutely having a red-hot go there.
3-litre V8. The 40308 GTB, glorious car for the era. A descendant of the 246 Dino. You can see the design language in the cars. Here comes Roy Davis in this glorious GT6 Triumph.
Punting it hard.
It may be a Triumph GT6 a sports car, but it's definitely not a production sports car.
Nah, he's having a red-hot go there. As always, Peter Dobe is next in the Peugeot 203.
Still wearing the stickers on the door from the Red X rerun that the car's just recently returned home from. The Red X Grand Australia trials were one of the story about why Red X stopped sponsoring the Grand Australia trials is because the Australian public got so enamored with these Red X Grand Australia trials as they do associated Red X with the trial and not with Red X the product. They were too successful.
Alan Greenbury's just gone past in the Morris Minor. Now approaching us, we've got Dennis Tobin in the Austin A35. Oh, it's not sounding great, is it? I think there's a bit of unburnt fuel coming out the exhaust there.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of it. It was looking sounding slightly tractor-like. But I'm not sure I'm not sure anyone's ever made a tractor that small. Sort of defeats the purpose of an industrial vehicle. If it's so small it can't halt or anything. In fact, both of our A-Series Austins sound a little bit struggling. Cameron Todd in the Austin Lancer out on the circuit right now. We've got the Ford Anglias coming through now with a couple of cars in between them.
Alan Archer is first. I like the number plate, Al's 105. Of course, the 105 is the model number for the that shape of a Ford Anglia.
Yeah, 105E, and that the 105E referred to the 1.5-litre engine, if memory serves. Yeah, British Fords in that era had those distinct model numbers, like like Alfa Romeo as well, because they this is the Kaysen car on the line now, and that was the Alpha Type 105. So no, it isn't. This is Phil Kay. Sprint GT, 2-litre version of the Sprint GT. So this is a bit of a retro tech car.
Previously, he's run an RS2000 for 15 years, but his 19-year-old son is now driving that car.
We have had, so far, 239 drivers set times.
That's a lot.
Yes, that's magnificent, and we love you all.
We haven't seen any recent changes in the top 10, have we?
No, although that could change very shortly. We're not all that far away from the really quick open wheelers coming out.
Is there anything that's not an open wheel hill climb special in the top 10?
Oh, yeah, absolutely there is. Garcia, who's 8th fastest, is the McLaren 540C. Mark Crespin, 10th fastest, is one of the Cobra replicas.
Oh, very good.
And I guess, I don't know, does Matt Reedster qualify as an open wheel?
It's an orphan. It doesn't fit anywhere.
It's a thing rather than
it's a thing, yes. It's unique.
I've gotten used to calling it the angry shopping trolley over the last couple of years. That undersells it to an enormous extent. Turbocharged Yamaha motorcycle engine.
Richard Markin leaving the line now in the Peugeot 403. He competed on motorcycles for 45 years and then decided he should choose something a bit more relaxing. Well, I don't know if it's relaxing, but it's certainly safer.
Peugeot 403s have got quite a interesting history. There were rally cars for quite a bit. Fairly decent rally cars. Bob Holden's first run in the Armstrong 500 predecessor to the Bathurst 1000 was in a Peugeot 403.
Here's the Mark II Jag of Greg Menzies. 3.8 litre engine, triple SUs.
Representative of the Mark I and Mark II Jaguars won the first 4 Australian Touring Car Championships. David McKay in the car nicknamed Grey Pussy. Which is
Murray
part of the
Rowland
Bowden
just passing us now in the Angria.
Yeah, I love that's a great play on words. Ford Angria.
Yep.
If it was red, would you call it the Ford Sangria?
It's got a 1300cc turbocharged engine. No wonder it's quick.
I don't know that Ford was doing a lot of turbocharging in the 1950s.
Michael Rosa just comes by in the Mark I GT Cortina. This is his second year of running this car. And Greg Schulp is next at the wheel of Neil Lewis's Mark I Cortina. Is that smoke or dust we can see at turn 6, Mark?
Looks like dust.
Okay, so someone's run wide on the exit.
That's what I want to say. That's what I hope, that it's dust. That amount of smoke would be bad. That amount of dust is, yeah, that's just someone being a little bit excitable.
Rodney Hanson's Mini just went past us at a rapid rate of knots.
He's pushing. He's neglecting to keep the car on the bitumen. Grass is part of the racetrack, isn't it?
They were a good rally car.
They were. How many Monte Carlo rallies did they win?
Well, it was the first one they won was in '64. It was a massive upset. No one expected it.
And then they changed the rules after the race and said something about, or I don't know whether it was the first time or the second time, but there was something about, some technicality about the wing mirrors, and that allowed the French to disqualify the Minis.
Mel Cason on track now in the Alfa Romeo 2-litre Veloce. And here comes Paul Gilbert in the Datsun 1600. Oh, he's pinched a brake, and he's just gone straight ahead at turn 1. Quickly grabs reverse, and he's turned it into a 3-point turn. Yeah, once he locked a brake, he was smart enough to keep the wheels straight. If your brakes are locked, don't turn the steering wheel. It's not going to help you. So he's lost a little bit of time, but most importantly, there's no damage.
Probably hasn't even flat spotted the tyres.
No, it wasn't on it long enough.
No. Or going fast enough to scrub that much off. Small fleet of Cortinas lining up at the start there. Phil Haskett, Glenn Potter.
Phil Haskett on the line now. Phil's actually the 1984 Australian Superkart Grand Prix winner.
I should be across that. I don't know why I'm not.
And prior to that, he was a British Coldstream Guardsman for Queen Elizabeth II.
That is magnificent. Donnybrook Racing Team and the All British Classic Car Club of Queensland, Phil Haskett's a part of. Donnybrook's the little village just off the coast of Bribie Island.
Near where Corbett's are talking about building a racetrack.
Oh, really?
Well, no, that's Beachmere, which is not far from Donnybrook. But Phil having a red-hot go there through turn 1. I suppose if you can win in a supercar Grand Prix, you're obviously fearless.
Oh, Coldstream Guards is probably a demonstration of fearlessness too. Oh, that sounded screechy.
Still going.
Kept the boot in. Now we're missing, I'm looking down, the Mazda R100 is...
Are we missing, or is this a rerun?
Oh, I was looking for the Mazda R100. We've got a couple of reruns coming up by the look at, well, not a rerun. The Mitsubishi Lancer is in this part of the field because there's 2 drivers sharing the car. But here's Glenn Potter.
Yep, this is Glenn Potter.
I can see the R100 now.
See, I saw Glenn Potter and I was looking for an EH. I forgot that he's now a Cortina owner. He's changed sides.
Dear idea.
He's turned.
You don't think he gets a rash from that, does he?
Get Holden germs. Or Ford germs.
And here's the Mitsubishi Lancer.
Coming in hot, very hot.
Too hot.
Brushes the hay bale with the back corner of the car, but didn't back out of it.
Alex Niven pushing very, very hard indeed in the family Mitsubishi Lancer. Can't see the side of the car. Oh, here's Matty Clift.
In the little R100. Well, he's cleared all the hay off the track.
By being very tidy through turn 1.
Looks quick, though.
He's chasing time, I think. He's had a couple more aggressive runs this morning. Gotten the car sideways and not got no time, so now he's having to chase time. Keen to see the time as it comes around. Hanson's Mini just before was a 56.5 just by the way. So that's
not hanging around.
It is not.
And the safety car is being dispatched.
Well, Cliff's coming around to the line. Hasn't lost time, so, and a 54.1 from Matt Clift.
They're coming to inspect the hay bale.
Ah, yes, of course.
And because we saw the Lancer push that aside.
Yeah, Alex Niven in the yellow Mitsubishi Lancer that is sharing with his sister, I believe. It's a family relation. Sorry, no, not sister. Younger brother, Sam, racing in the junior competition. Second time today I've done that.
Officials on scene inspecting the hay bale, deciding if they can leave it where it is or do they need to get it repositioned.
See, it's not just tyres in a used car lot that you can tyre kick.
A bit of weight in those things. I don't know how they're going to go moving it.
I remember in the early years of the sprints, we had a Mazda RX-3 getting the chicane completely wrong, back on the old track format, exploded a hay bale. You would not believe how much hay there is in a hay bale.
Yeah, they're rather densely packed.
I suppose a cow does need a lot of calorific intake, and there's maybe not a great deal of it in hay.
Nah, here comes the tractor.
I haven't seen Chris Collins get out for a run in his Escort.
I think he's had one.
He's been busy. One of a number of competitors in the Historic Leyburn Sprints with has double duty, so to speak, as well as being a competitor. Chris from Collins Hay, Chris Collins, son of Mike and Ann Collins, does a lot of the work with the shifting the hay bales around, as you can see he's doing right now. Trish, his sister Trish Chant, of course, is our president. And she's had her Mustang out for at least a run.
I think I've seen one run. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the problem. If you're organising an event as well as running a car, quite often you can only wear one hat. And yeah, such as their dedication, the car sits in the shed, they're focused on making the event the best that it can be. And they've succeeded in that. It's a tremendous event.
Big shout out and thanks to our legends who've come out to be a part of the Historic Leyburn Sprints this weekend in Dick Johnson, Kevin Bartlett.
And of course, if you missed the autograph signing this morning with the Legends of Motorsport, they're doing another one tomorrow morning.
Indeed.
So keep your ears peeled for announcements. We'll let you know when it's on and where you need to be. So if you missed out today, you'll have your chance tomorrow.
Dick Johnson, Kevin Bartlett, Charlie O'Brien, Warwick Brown, and Bap Romano.
Oh, Bap's here, is he?
Yes,
okay.
indeed.
Yeah, I saw Bap Romano reacquaint himself with the Khadija at Queensland Raceway a month ago. And I tell you what, it was like they've never been apart. He was right into it.
Oh, and the noise that car makes, the Baps Romano Khadija WE 84, powered by a Cosworth DF engine. Now, the Formula One cars had the 3.5 litre Cosworth DFV. Bat Romano's car, the Khadija sports car, is a 3.9 litre. So it's that little bit more horsepower again. That was a Le Mans racing engine, the 3.9 litre, and a magnificent bit of gear. It was the best sports car built in Australia.
The Collins Hay bale has been restored to its position here at turn 1. The tractor's going back to his post. Safety car's going back to his post. So we'll have competition resuming shortly. And it looks like Paul Gilbert's Datsun will be having a rerun.
It's one of our committee members who is getting all of his runs in.
It's great to see all the cars lining up there in the marshalling area outside the pub. Where else would you have a marshalling area but outside a pub?
Oh, it's a glorious photograph opportunity.
It is. It makes a great photo.
A shout out to the publicans and those who've put in the time and the money to redevelop the pub over the course of the last couple of decades. Shout out to Shane Webke, the Brisbane Broncos great, who grew up here in Leyburn before going off and conquering the rugby league world, winning World Cups and NRL premierships.
Steve Ether having a good go there in the Jaguar XJ6 through our position at turn 1. A lot of smoke coming out of one tailpipe, but not the other. It's a big car to try and manoeuvre around these tight streets. And here comes Bob Hegarty, the grand old man of Queensland Group N Racing, approaching retirement, approaching it quickly. That car is for sale.
And it's very, very quick indeed.
And Dave Malone leaving the line now in his XU1 Tirana.
He's been racing Tiranas here forever, it seems. And he's very good at it. Love that Holden 6-cylinder sound.
Casey Springate leaving the line now at the wheel of Matthew Cliff's RX2 Coupe. Another Group NC car. I haven't seen that car before, but Matt's always building new cars, and there seems to be plenty of people lining up to buy them.
Don't wait for Matt to build you a new car when Bob Haggerty's car's for sale from that same production line. Norm Foister in the whole Monaro. Now, I'm wondering if Norm's might be going for a time this time. That's very neat through turn one. He's been sort of showing off a little bit on earlier runs.
There's been some fun and adventure and shenanigans so far.
He's looking quite a bit tidier on this run.
Although the challenge going down the back straight at this time of day is, does the sun get in your eyes? Peter McConnell next.
He had the loud pedal thoroughly depressed on the run to turn 1 to 2. You could hear the wheels spinning in a couple of gears. Turn 2's quite tight. You see the car's properly lurching on the exit of turn 2.
It's definitely tighter than 1. And here comes Ken Oliver in the 327 V8 Monaro. And Kenny is absolutely having a red-hot go.
Oh, brilliant.
Ken's first race event was right here 24 years ago, and he's been loving it ever since.
Semi-regular competitor. Oh, yellow flags are out.
So what has happened? What's happened to Peter McConnell? Is he finished his run? I didn't see him come back in.
Well, I'm just looking at the timing. And no, he has not come back in, nor has Norm Foister yet, actually. Must be a proper little stop over there because they've opened the gates for the pedestrian crossover. Okay, one of the cars is coming back now. It looks like the Monaro, or it could be, well, it's one of, no, it's the McConnell Falcon who's coming back.
Okay, he's coming back slowly, so he must have had a spin or something.
Or someone else has had the spin and he's had to
now
back
the Monaro is coming in slightly. Oh, Rocket Rod on track with the recovery Navara.
You say the Monaro coming back, but there were 2 Monaros out there.
Yes.
So you might need to specify which
okay,
Monaro
there's
you can see
there's
coming
the second
back.
one. So we've seen them all return.
Okay,
or have we?
come back. Well, which Monaro did you see?
Well, I think I just saw Ken Oliver's car a moment ago.
So it might be the Foister car.
Meanwhile, the 2-litre Duratec Escort sitting on the start line, ready to go.
See on screen there, one of our spectators, actually no, one of our race officials is studying the program intently.
Make sure you get your souvenir program, folks. It's got a colour photograph of every car in the event. It's also got some really good stories and articles about some of the more interesting, I was going to say more interesting cars, but some of the more interesting stories related to some of the cars here. So there's plenty to read, so take home as a souvenir of this weekend.
And one of the stories outlines a new innovation to the sprints, which will occur tomorrow afternoon, where we will have a top 10 shootout. So there's that additional interest in the top 10 timed cars. Now we've got 8 open wheelers plus Garcia's McLaren and Cressman's Cobra in that top 10 right at the moment. But there's a number of cars just outside. That's quite close for the back end of the top 10. There's little pocket histories of all the 1949, of a lot of the 1949 Australian Grand Prix cars in the program.
Ken Oliver and Peter McConnell both lining up for reruns.
I see Tyson Cowie there in the green and yellow Escort, just behind Dennis Brown. Brown in the 2-litre black and yellow Mark 1 Escort will be off first of all.
Norm Foister's Monaro is on a rope.
Okay, that answers that question. The Monara has cried enough before the end of the run. Preview of our junior award is in the program as well, listing all of our competitors in the junior competition. Just to run them through: Braden Lawrence in the Ford Escort, Erica Ferdinand in the Hyundai Excel, Daniel Kirby in Excel, Hannah Michelle in the Subaru Impreza, Owen Michelle in the same Impreza, Sam Niven, the Mitsubishi Lancer, Jordan Spiteri, Suzuki Swift, Madhav Sternbeck's Mini Cooper, and Jai Wickham and Pepper Wickham in their Hyundai Excels. That's our juniors that are running through the field.
That's interesting. Dennis Brown's been waved away, and Tyson Cowie has been called up to the start line.
I'm wondering, Dennis Brown, one of the characters and comedians of Historic Leyburn Sprints, maybe being pulled aside for being too much of a pain. Been a brilliant supporter of motorsport over the decades, Dennis Brown. Rally driver of some note.
And of course, he was the leader of the team that got Queensland Raceway built and operational before the first change of ownership.
It's fantastic to see Queensland Raceway these days. The 3 years ago, Tony Quinn has taken over the operation of the circuit and has reinvested into the circuit, and the change in the infrastructure at the circuit. We've now got full-length pit garages, got corporate facilities towards the pit end of the facility. You can stand on top of the control tower buildings, more than one now. The paddock has been concrete paved all the way to, and there's, instead of one large garage at the back of the paddock, there are 4 now. An additional bit of race circuit has been created, creating a 5th circuit option. So yeah, there's 5 different variations Queensland Raceway now they can race with, and the speakers have just been rebuilt.
Okay, looks like the course car, are they coming out for another run? I'm assuming they must be doing a track inspection.
Glorious Ford Escort Mark II there of Tyson Cowie sitting on the line, ready to go. Just doing an inspection here of turn 1. We might not be too far away from a restart. The yellow flag that was across the middle of the run from turns 1 to turn 2 has been pulled to one side. It's still in place, but our hard-working flag marshals no longer standing in the middle of the track.
And the flag drops on Tyson Cowie.
Here he goes. Listen to the snarl and the bark of that Ford Escort. Perfect little power drift through the exit of turn 2.
This looks like a very quick run.
Cowie's best run at the moment is a 54.8 as McConnell's coming through for a rerun in the Falcon GT. Next up for a start will be Ken Oliver in the first generation Holden Monaro HK. Cowie's coming around to the finish line now. A 53.8 from Tyson Cowie. He jumps up 11 places in the running order. 23rd fastest now.
That's pretty impressive when we've got 200 cars here. Pretty impressive is an understatement. Reese Endicott Davies is next in the 2-litre Corolla. He's had this car for 3 years, mostly does sprints at Queensland Raceway. But this is after 20 years of drag bikes. Oh, Kenny Oliver getting super excited through the second last corner.
McConnell came through just then in a 57.6 in the GT Falcon. Oliver's time, 59.8. Ken hadn't had a good lap time in so far during the sprint, so that lap time there, a clean run for Ken, jumped him up 32 places.
That's awesome. Robin Manning on track now in the Mini, and then here comes
the Mitsubishi Lancer.
Darren Mellon. This is the 4G63 Turbo. That is a quick car. Previously an improved production race car from Adelaide. Now, improved production in Adelaide, basically they just run at Ballina, and small cars with turbocharged engines seem to be the dominant force there.
There's been quite a few Datsun 1200 turbos that have been very exciting out of South Australia. Here's Tom Brailsford
in the Piranha.
His normal race car is a mini challenge car. But this car, quite a bit more exciting, very
Tom's
nice.
22 years of age, and he lists his Leyburn attendances as 22, so he's not missed one since he was born.
The Daniels Toyota powered Ford Escort sports sedan flings its way through turn one.
Very quick. Another family built car, father and sons did the build. They've had it for many years. And here's the V6 Commodore powered Gemini. This thing's been quick all week. All day, I should say. Haven't been here all week.
Kind of looks a little bit evil with that sort of black, all black colour scheme. Semi-matte. Some old Holdens go on the way now. Scott Gurley in the 48-215, the only 48-215 in the field. Got a couple of FJs. So 3 early Holdens. I played a tremendous part in the early history of Australian touring car racing. Both the Gagans started in Humpies.
So many Australian touring car drivers started out in Humpies.
John French.
Dick Johnson.
Kevin Bartlett, I'm pretty sure.
Morris Minor convertible.
Oh.
It was his mother's car. She didn't want him to go motor racing, so he asked if he could borrow her car to take his friends to the beach. and he went to the races instead. Bruce Garland this time? No, Charlie O'Brien.
I think you could describe cheeky as Kevin Bartlett's defining characteristic.
Always with a glint in his eye too. You know he's up to something.
And here's the Fairmont wagon. You might see in the program, though, it's actually listed under a different car. Terry Pike was listed as a Capri Piranha. But Terry's taken a different option. He's brought the family station wagon out for a run. Formula V's. Now this heralds the really quick open wheelers coming up.
That's Chris Behan in the Phoenix, a 1990, so a later build car, running the 1600cc regs that they run nowadays.
I think that's an ex-Bromley family car, that for Phoenix Formula V. The next generation of Queensland Bromleys are making their way in motorsport. Young Miles Bromley is racing in the US at the moment, in US Formula 4 2000.
Jeff Robinson on track now in another Formula V, a 1982 Manta 1600.
Yeah, it's had the upgrade to the 1600cc Golf specification rather than the 1200 Beetle combination. And here come our big open wheelers. Reed Hinton in the store is the first car out.
Reed's currently 5th fastest outright with a 48.32.
He was 4th after the first run, but Reed Hinton's come up the... Luke Welks has come up the order.
Yeah, he's currently 5th fastest, but he's only a 10th away from being 4th. So let's keep an eye on the monitor and see what he can manage.
Oh, no, here's Neil Lewis in the Fly. In the correct running order for the first time. He's had some problems getting the car to work, I think. Missed the first run. Very angular looking race car.
Hinton's just made it through the final turn.
Oh my goodness, surfing around turn 2. Neil Lewis just driving with the rear axle.
Big peak power slide. And Hinton has gone quicker. He's done a 46.3. So he's knocked 2 seconds off his previous best.
We've had sunlight on the racetrack all day, so this is probably as fast as it's going to get.
Now, Neil Lewis, I don't know that he's going to improve his times. He did a 51.1 earlier, but that big slide through turn 2 will have cost him.
Ross Mackay coming around now, as well as Ed McCain launches in the OMS. Ross Mackay in the Max Pack is working his way. Actually, McKay a 45 point, so not quite in the ballpark for the competition. Welks has set a 48.2, no, sorry, a 48.5, so not quite peak for him. As Garland heads out. Oh no, that's Charlie O'Brien, isn't it?
No, Bruce Garland, according to the stickers on the window.
Okay.
Charlie O'Brien was the previous runner. They're sharing the car. I see Dennis Brown being strapped into the Escort too, so we'll see him take his run.
I'm just trying to pick from the lines. The car seems to be driven quite differently, whether it's O'Brien or Garland at the wheel. And here comes Dean Amos.
Currently fastest. He's already got a margin of almost 2 seconds over the field. Can he go quicker?
2.7. Oh, he definitely can go quicker. He's done a 39 here before.
So his best earlier today was a 41.
It's a high 41. And that was a bit twitchy.
He gets down the straight in a hurry.
It does, yeah. Certainly the tail wagged coming out of turn 1, so maybe that's not as neat as he needs to be to go quicker. Here's Brett Bull on the line now. Brett's not got a meaningful lap time in his car yet either.
Woodbridge has improved his position. He's up to 5th place now with a 47.4.
Oh, Brett Bull's car looks like a bit of an animal. That first gear change was a big twitch for the car off the line. Scraping the ground, actually. And here's Warwick Hutchison, who's currently second, sitting on the line in the second of the 2 OMS-built cars.
He's second, but he's a long way from first and third, very much on his own with a 43.5.
Now almost 2 seconds ahead of almost 3 seconds ahead of Mackay.
And nearly 2 seconds slower than Amos.
So Dean Amos coming around now. A 42.0, so slower than his 41.8 he set
Brett Bull's
earlier in the day.
He's in the top 5 now. He's done a 47.4.
Oh, that's a great run for Brett. With the way the OMS backfires, that Warwick Hutchinson's car's going to be the loudest car here this weekend.
Currently second fastest. He's got a lot to make up if he wants to get on top.
Dennis Brown launches in his Ford Escort. Very aggressively driven car. Former Dick Johnson Racing team personnel. And the original, I guess, general manager of Queensland Raceway. I remember what his actual title was. Warwick Hutchison's time, a 44.4, so slower than before. His 43.5 was his best. There's the Toucan Removals mini van.
Looking rather quick through turn 1.
He's getting quicker. He's very definitely getting quicker. So Amos holds the lead still. Warwick Hutchinson still second. The gap between them the same, unchanged. Neither of them went faster. Ross McKay got a bit closer. So did Reed Hinton. Brett Bull jumped up into 5th place over the top of Woodbridge. Weeks is 7th. Now Matt Reed's time. I'm not sure that we'll get to Matt Reed again today. He's down at the end of the running order. So his time will stand overnight at a 50.3. Garcia in the McLaren is similarly down the field, 50.6, and then Neil Lewis on a 50.7, improving in the fly. He went faster that run, but yeah, and in the end he's lost a spot because of Brett Bull jumping up the order. So Garcia's now in the McLaren is now the only roofed car still in the top 10. But it's a lot of car.
Yes.
3.8 litre turbocharged McLaren 540C. Here's the Plymouth Valiant, car 104.
Dale Hurd at the wheel. 225 slant 6 power. And here comes Jim Hodgson in the Mustang.
Still doing second gear burnouts.
6 litre V8 engine. That's not how they left the factory.
I'm thinking with the 6 litre that this isn't the car that he races on occasion in Group S. I would have thought the 6 litre wouldn't be legal for the class.
No, it wouldn't be. Mal Trull on track now in the R Series Valiant.
The two Valiants were racing towards each other head to head down the straight just then. The Plymouth coming to the finish line as the Chrysler tips into turn 1.
Dan O'Mara leaving the line now. This very enthusiastically driven Datsun.
Brett Bull flings, sorry, not Brett Bull.
Greg Bull.
Greg Bull, yeah. Greg
having
Bull.
a red hot go there in the Mark 1 Escort. And Ricky Dewsnap leaving the line in the Mini. Mark 2 Cooper. The unmistakable sound of straight cut gears. And Rob Kippen sitting on the line now in the Datsun 1600.
Car that was sold in its home country is the Nissan Bluebird.
And sold in America is the Datsun 510, where it got nicknamed the Nickel and Dime. It's coming in very hot, but he's made it. Used all the road. It was just enough bitumen for him then.
So the Red Speed Tribute Mini coming back to the line in the other direction.
And Braden Lawrence leaving the line now. 17 years old. This is his first event.
sharing the car with his father, Craig. And as a junior, he's not chasing a fastest time, he's chasing a consistent time. How regularity works is you pick a time that you think you can set and keep setting continuously throughout the competition.
Now the entry form here says Seamus Murray is the driver of the Fiat, but Kerry Snyders is the relief driver, and that might be Kerry at the wheel.
That long blonde hair is a bit of a signature trademark.
And Jason O'Mara, no, Rod Robertson in the Cortina out on track now, just heading down the Canning Straight towards turn 2.
Is that the only Cortina in the field here that isn't white?
I think it is, yes.
Bob Stewart was a semi-regular here in his black Cortina.
I remember that, yeah.
Bob not here this weekend. Jason O'Mara, in the quicker of the two O'Mara Datsun 1200s, launches his way towards turn 2. Big lock-up.
Oh, that was a big lock-up. He's done a few of these events now, the Leyburn Sprints, enjoys it every year and just keeps coming back. So many people say the same thing. Rhett Stiltstone has just left the line in his little Mark II Cooper S. That car runs in Group NC Racing. He bought this car 19 years ago as a body shell and spent 10 years building up to a race car.
Car was a little slow coming out of turn 2. I hope Rhett hasn't had a problem. I thought the car was actually a little bit slow off the line, but that might just be the relative speed of the Mini Cooper compared to the big open wheelers that have just gone through, and I feel I may have lost my perspective on how fast a car is supposed to look through the run, through turn 2.
Donna Trustham on the track now in a Cortina GT. And now here comes Matt Wyburn in the A15 powered Datsun 1200.
It was completely off the power to go through turn 1 just there. Set the car up to take the corner. And no, he's well overcooked it. Almost hit the hay bale.
Oh, he's pulled it up.
He's pulled up a foot short, so it wasn't an immediate danger, but all the same, it would have been, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop.
No damage, but he's rubbing his lap.
There's another Cortina that isn't white.
Yes, it is. So there are 2. Mark Wood in the blue 1600cc Mark II.
And Mark Archer's car coming up momentarily is also blue.
We've got great memories. We can't remember what happened hours ago.
In fact, here he is now.
12 consecutive years he's done this event.
That looks like shell stripes that's running up the centre of the car.
Yep, he's done that as a tribute to Jim McEwen.
Oh, brilliant. It was part of the
shell team. Prior to that, the Trident and Neptune.
That was a pretty radical team. No 2 cars in that team are the same. Jim McEwen started in a Cortina, moved to a Porsche 911. Had, of course, Norm Beachy in the Monaro, Peter Manton in the Mini, as you say, and in the final iteration of the team, one Richard Johnson was included in a Holden Tirana. Did a few things after that.
Paul Brailsford is next. Oh no, that was Paul Brailsford. Here's Steve Bridie. In the 2-litre, the SR20 powered Datsun 1600, and that is quick.
His lap times from the last few cars through.
He's run very wide on the exit of turn 2, 4 wheels on the grass.
Paul Brailsford was a little bit off his best just then, but Mark Archer's jumped up 30-odd positions. Mark Wood and Matt Thiburn both in the mid-60s in the running order. Jason O'Mara is the 42nd fastest. So of the cars that have just come through in recent times, he's substantially quicker than all the cars around him.
Chris Chant lining up on the start line now in the 2-litre Mark I Escort.
O'Mara, Jason O'Mara, that is, a 55.6. Bridie's a pretty quick car too, and waiting for his time to come up. Hear the car screaming towards the finish line now. Actually, I think something's gone wrong for Bridie. I think because he hasn't come out. Here he's come to the line now. Yeah, he's had a spin. 117 compared to a 54 for his best. But if you don't try hard, you never find out.
Chris Chan leaves the line now, heads down towards our position at turn 1. That car's still running rough. They haven't got solved that misfire yet.
I suppose Jamie can only work on so many cars at the same time. If memory serves, Jamie's actually not too far away in the running order, so that might add to the difficulty of...
Ross Cuff on track now in the BMW 2000. Mechanically, that's the same as a BMW 2002, but in a larger four-door saloon body. He's got all the safety equipment, but otherwise basically a standard car.
TI-LUX. TI was the sort of standard BMW title for this sort of car. LUX for luxury, as opposed to the TI-SA, which was the sport model.
Brandon Flaxman on track now with the SR20 turbo-powered Datsun 1600. Things very quick in a straight line. And Tracy Harris approaching us now in the little Volkswagen Beetle, 1.9 litre engine.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a Beetle, does it?
No,
it does,
very quick. That car built by her husband, Gordon.
And here is Craig Lawrence at the wheel of the Mark I Ford Escort, or is it?
Yep, it is.
Yeah, it's Craig. Yeah. A little bit of a wobble on the exit, but pretty neat. Mason in the Escort Mexico replica. Hannah McCullough, replica of Hannah McCullough's Escort Mexico. Flaxman set a really quick time of a 54.7.
Troy Maven approaching us now at turn 1 in his 2-litre Mark I Escort. 33 years he's owned that car for, and it's been a race car the whole time.
Oh, fantastic. He's been a front runner in under 2-litre improved production cars for quite a while now.
Colin Mayman on track now. 1970 Volkswagen Beetle, 2-litre.
It launched brilliantly, that Beetle.
He's pretty quick out of turn 2 as well.
Impressive power down.
6 times New South Wales hill climb champion in class.
And you can see why. Here's the Triumph Dolomite back for a run. Missed the previous run. Don Milner, who's been racing this Dolomite Sprint here for quite a while.
He's owned the car for 47 years and drives it to and from the track.
There's some pretty quick times coming through. Mayman in the... Oh, no, he hasn't come to the finish yet. 54.6 from Troy Maven, 31st fastest overall. Slower time from Mayman that time in the Volks. That Volks, 22nd fastest. Mason on a 57.1, a 56.1 for Craig Lawrence.
Brian Munn on track now in the Mark I Escort rally car. And here comes Neil Penboss in the 1970 Volkswagen Beetle, 1800. Yeah, the Herbie stripes definitely make it faster.
Tell that column moment. The black Volkswagen Beetle column moment is currently 22nd fastest. That's rudely quick for a Volkswagen.
Neil Penboss, prior to racing this Beetle, he's previously raced a Volkswagen Beetle drag car and a big block Chev-powered Altered. So he's used to going very, very fast in a straight line.
Well, thank goodness someone has introduced him to the art of the corner.
Sean Rooney sitting on the start line now in this very nicely turned out little Fiat 124 BC. 1.8 litre car, father and son team. And he would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who helps to put on such a fantastic event. Every year they're always looking forward to it and counting down to the next one. That's great.
Fiat Coupe arrives at turn 1, tips it in.
Not sure if he went through there in a gear or in maybe an angel gear. It went quiet for a moment.
Ah, okay, that's what that means. Triumph 2500. Toby Barker, a regular here at the Leyburn Sprints.
I just realised that from the start line to turn 1, it's pretty much all shade. And then as soon as you arrive at turn 1, there's a sudden transition to full sun. That'll be, obviously the track temperature will be different, but well, that's going to be a challenge for your eyes.
Well, that's one of the things that Matt Reid was explaining to us yesterday.
Yeah, he does no visor, no windscreen or anything like that. And the sun, when it gets lower, you can't see.
Tom Brailsford and the Capri V8 going by.
No, that's Tracy Kirby in the 3 litre V6.
Absolutely right. Good pickup.
She went quickly last time, but she's going a bit slower this time. There might be an issue there.
I think I heard a little bit of a misfire, actually.
Yeah, because on the previous run, she was quick.
Speaking of looking at the lap times that have come through, Munn on a was a little bit slower on a 59.0. 59.9 for Barker, which is just an improvement. The little Triumph Vitesse.
Oh,
yeah, you can
he's
see
done the Ari Vartman, using his hand as a sunshade as he approaches turn 2. Oh my goodness, I cannot see. As you said earlier, Mark, that car has a very, very high roof line compared to the overall body. So maybe they need to put a roll of tape across the windscreen.
V8 Fords coming through now. Leading off this next class of car is the Falcon GT replica of Darren Hansford. Sorry, Fairmont XR.
Yep, it's a luxury car.
Yeah.
It's got the 5-speed gearbox. So he's actually done some long-distance road trips in this car to South Australia and Victoria. Hence why you put the 5-speed in. Make the trip a lot easier.
And with the fuel consumption too, I'd assume.
Just waiting.
I think maybe we've just opened the pedestrian access across the track. There is a, for those of you who are living on the inside of the circuit, they have the track at various intervals throughout the circuit to get across.
That's a very good sounding engine. Little momentary pinch of the brake there at turn 2.
And here's Phil Ross, the man from Shannons.
So he's abandoned the Shannons insurance stand, which you might have seen just near the corner of Warwick and McIntyre Streets.
Phil Ross has been the one of the Queensland reps for for Shannons Insurance for as long as I can remember.
I can't remember when he wasn't the Queensland Shannons manager.
Last time out at Queensland Raceway, he had the Porsche out for run at the Historics. Oh, here's Jamie Chant, JMC Performance Falcon GT.
Oh, he's run so wide there through turn one. Just brushed the hay bales oh so gently.
He's trying to lengthen the burnout.
Oh, he's dropped the wheel in the dirt on the exit of turn two.
And here's the big block. The Mercury Cougar. With the 7-litre V8, this is the next best thing to a period NASCAR for a car that age.
The big blocks do have their own sound. David Dunn leaving the line now in the XW GT Falcon.
Pete Trapnell just appearing in shot just in corner of the Ford side valve V8 racer, is also a photographer.
Yeah, we get some great shots from there.
Yeah. Car 149 on the line, another of our GT Falcons. And this is Paul Hewitt. A 58.3 for Lawrence Stensley. Jamie Chan, despite Jamie Chan doing all his burnouts and what have you, was 3 seconds slower than his best time. But at least he knows where the time went. David Dunn dropped 17 positions, getting down to a 57.59.
And here comes the big block XR Falcon. Seems to be a shortage of traction there.
Yeah, Luke Stitz in the XR, and yeah, shortage of traction. That's because he's invested all of the money into the noise.
Paul Tilley now in the XWGT Falcon.
Another big block, this one a 6.4 litre.
He's had that car for many, many years. He used to run a 351 in it.
And another big block coming up, although I say big block, that's because the standard engine in the Ford Capri is a 3-litre V6. So a 5.4 litre V8 is a substantial size increase. South African Capri Piranhas. Brian Wood launches the XY GT Falcon. He was carrying a lot of speed through turn one. Huge wag of the tail. And Brian's pushing for a time here for sure. That was a very aggressive run for turn one. Tilley's come back with a 62.5, a 63.6 for Stitz. 59.7 for Hewitt. 59.5 for Dunn. Walters and the Capri, 62.5. Sorry, a 59.8 for Walters and the Capri, which is slower than his best. Here comes Woodhouse's rally car Escort.
Yeah, it's a bit taller.
Steve Brazier in the Mark II Ford Escort tips into turn one. They're all getting a bit aggressive now. Either that or temperature's starting to go out of the circuit, and I don't think that's what it is. Certainly not turn 1, which is getting all the sunlight.
Yeah, the track will be nice and warm, but the air will start to get cool soon.
More horsepower for the turbo cars. Like this one, I think. No.
No, this is David Garland.
Yeah.
This is the atmospheric 1800. Philip Kay leaving the line now in the Mark II RS2000. This car's Honda 2S2000 powered.
That's cheating, isn't it?
It's quick.
Has a distinctly different sound from the other Ford Escorts going around. Bernie Keast getting off the line. Another one of our rally cars. And you can see in particular there's a lot of ground clearance on this particular Escort.
He's probably not used to having this much grip.
RS2000 underway.
Stephen Sauer at the wheel. Coming in very hot, but he made the corner. That was close.
I'm just looking at some of the more recent lap times again.
Stephen built that car in 1996. He's done hill climbs in New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and the ACT. And now he's smacked a cone in Leyburn. So he's just reversing to make a second attempt at the corner. Although I'm not sure that the cone is actually supposed to be in the centre of the track.
Well, I suppose a rally car would be used to obstacles on the circuit.
Yes. One of our hard-working officials waiting for clearance to go out and retrieve the cone. Of course, all of this is managed by race control. They're in touch with all of the official teams. And nobody does anything until race control clears it. Because our volunteer officials are super important and we like to keep them safe.
Nash Garland has set a 62.3. That's his best of the meeting. Thomas Kay in the RS2000 Escort has set a 61.2, and that's his best. Keast was 2 seconds off. Brazier was 3 seconds off. I think Brazier had an off somewhere, maybe. Brian Wood in the Big X Y Falcon, 55.9.
John Lay leaving the line now in the 2-litre Mark II Escort with the Bjorn Waldegaard tribute livery. Just such an iconic car, the 2-litre Escort. And he's done an Ari Vartan, hand up to the eyes to shield him from the sun as he approaches a fast corner.
If you don't understand that reference, have a look at the movie short Climb Dance. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, Ari Vartan, possibly the greatest rally driver of all time, took his World Rally car to Pikes Peak Hill Climb, come around a bend. Oh, the sun's in my eyes, so I'll just take a hand off the wheel and shield myself from the sun, but do not lift.
Gina Siddons in Datsun Z number 202. Now, Gina doesn't want me to mention that they've actually put the smaller engine in the car this weekend because last time out she blew up the car. Oh, that's right, sorry. She said she didn't want that mentioned. Oh. Sorry, Gina. The glorious Ferrari P4 replica. Do not do a Lorenzo Bandini. Oh, that's a glorious noise, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's 4.5 litres of Ferrari V12. I was looking at the car yesterday and thinking, gee, I'm glad I don't have to tune all those carburetors.
Aaron Lewis is so tall, his head sticks out of the car.
Anthony Lawler just passed us in the 2-litre Escort from Toowoomba Performance and Mechanical. Which reminds me, we've actually got some Escort parts in the back of my Falcon, which I need to deliver to Anthony sometime this weekend.
Another one of our triumphs. There's a rerun, actually. This was Paul Lawrence in the Dolomite
we saw
Sprint.
him earlier.
One of 2 Dolomites in the running order.
Fast and confident through turn 1.
A very casual gear shift just then. We can see silhouetted is just...
Yeah, as the sun's dropping down, it's giving us some interesting camera angles because things are being lit that you don't normally see.
Yeah, you can see inside the cars and see what the drivers are doing at the wheel in some respects. The Alfetta GTV on its way.
Andrew Bear at the wheel. I love the Momo livery on that car. This is his 4th Leyburn entry. It's the first time here in this car. Previously, he's been here in a Porsche, a Mustang, and a Tirana. So he obviously likes variety.
Maybe just gets bored easily. I mean, that is a track common amongst racing drivers.
Glenn Torrens approaching us in the Volkswagen Super Beetle. He's coming very, very hot, and he's just made the corner. He made the hay bale nervous.
Maybe they got some Porsche brakes in the Volkswagen.
Yeah, he pulled it up just in time. This is a fresh build. That car only completed it this year.
Mazda Capella. Normally, though, Mazda Capella refers to the internal combustion versions of the Mazda rather than the rotary.
Yeah, in Australia, the Capellas were all piston engine, but in overseas countries, they often refer to the RX2s as Capellas. That car definitely Capella, 13B Bridgeport.
And Adam Avery pushing quite hard indeed as the UC Tirana comes by. Paul Ledgerwood.
202 Holden 6-cylinder power. Triple Weber carbies, so basically just a bigger, squarer XU1.
And here's Paul Spiteri in the Mazda RX-3.
Very quick through turn 1. Paul's the owner of the Coachman's Inn and Rupert's Bar and Grill in Warwick. I've sampled both of those. And he's a rotary enthusiast from way back. He's also got an RX-7 and an RX-8.
Andrew Bear improved on his time down to a 60.3 as his granddad and Army Racing Tirana of Greg Stevenson coming around the line. Kogo's point to point. You can tell it's an X-Trade car. It's
got the auto box in it. You can clearly hear the gear change. It's definitely an auto. And here's one of our Group C touring cars. The regular runner in the Heritage Touring Car Series, Anthony 10K in the ex-Gary Wilmington XD Falcon.
This car's done, I think, 5 Bathurst 1000s, which is the maximum an XD Falcon could have done.
Yeah, that is indeed, because it was the first XD Falcon built. He beat Murray Carter to the punch by not very much at all. And as legend has it, Dick Johnson was sitting at home watching the races on TV because Ford had told him they weren't going to race the XD. And then he saw Gary Wilmington and built one himself. And Dick says, well, if he can, I can. And that worked out well for him.
It kind of did, didn't it? It almost didn't. Because famously hit that rock on the run up the hill across Reed Park above the cutting.
One of those moments in life where the worst thing that could possibly happen turns out to be the best thing that could have happened. Very quick 240Z coming towards us. Although it's got a 3-litre engine, should we call it a 300Z? Cam Lepp at the wheel.
We could call it that as long as we don't call it 300ZX, because then he gets confused.
He's had this car for 10 years and obviously very comfortable with it.
Anthony Tenkate set a 56.7 in the Wilmington Falcon. So he's up around in the mid-50s as John Siddons in the Datsun 240Z flings the car through turn 1.
Yeah, this is actually built as a tarmac rally car, and it's done numerous events: Targa Barrier Reef, Targa High Country, Targa Snowy River, and of course Targa Tasmania.
Has won the Australian Championship in the car as the Group S car of fleet.
James Flett just heading down the straight now from turn 1 to turn 2.
Chasing after John Siddons. We got all the quick Datsuns together.
You can see how the shade is actually creeping down the track now. And the drivers go from full sun to full shade just before they get to turn 2.
Goodness, Lepp in the pink Datsun has set a time of a 54.7 to be 19th fastest. John Siddons was slower on a 52.2, so he stays 12th fastest.
12th fastest is very, very impressive.
Yes, it is.
In a tarmac rally car. 3-litre naturally aspirated. And there's this very impressive little Porsche of Anthony Vanderdrift, 3.6-litre flat 6, where there was once a 2-litre flat 4.
That's quite a modern Porsche motor. Out of a 911, that's not even a 911 Carrera, that's something more modern than that. One of our Cobras here this weekend.
Mark Barth at the wheel. 302 V8 power.
Got the endurance spec hardtop on the car.
Yeah, in the previous run, his boot lid popped open at turn 1, and it was stayed open for the rest of the run, but they've obviously secured it now.
Kurt Kasich just squirrels his way across the line. The back end of the car trying its best to break traction. I suppose that little pendulum effect is something that early 911s are famous for.
Yeah, it takes some skill to drive one of those quickly.
The Ultima GTR on the line now.
Flag drops and he's away. 6.3 litres of V8 power in a purpose-built sports car.
Dick Johnson had one of these as a road car for a while. He was involved in the sale of those in Australia. RSR IROC spec looking car, Porsche 911.
Chris Nylon at the wheel.
And yes, it is Chris.
Yeah, there was actually an IROC Challenge series which ran briefly. A number of cars were built for it. This is one of them.
Australian IROC Challenge? Or
there
the
was,
American?
Yeah, a couple of years ago,
yeah.
I think Rowan Harmon tried to get that off the ground.
There's some gorgeous looking race
And
cars.
lights on the safety car. We can clearly see them now at this time of day.
That's Matthew in the Ultima. That's not come around. 58.1 for Vanderdrift in the Porsche 911 engine Porsche 914.
And it's almost 5 o'clock, so I'd say we're going to be very close to the end of the running. I can see that there's only 2 cars lined up in the marshalling area. So it looks like we're very close to end of day. But we're about 2/3 of the way through run number 3. So we'll finish run 3 first thing tomorrow morning.
That looks like that might be Darren Rowe, who's going to be the last car on the run there in the Daytona replica.
Yes, there's only 2 cars lined up. Chris Nylon in the Porsche and Darren Rowe in the Shelby.
Darren Rowe's actually built that up from a kit car, completed it 2 years ago. And one of the first things he did was brought it out to Leyburn to have a run.
And we're glad he did.
It looks spectacular, sounds tremendous. And it's a bit of a father-son project.
There are so many of those here this weekend. It's tremendous.
Darren's son has spent quite a bit of time doing so, recording the construction of the car at Darren's place. So with only these two cars left on the run, we can say that the top 10 is, neither of these two cars will interrupt the top 10, so that will be sealed overnight. Dean Amos fastest on a 41.8 in the Gould GR55. Warwick Hutchinson second fastest, 43.5 in the OMS Mazda. Then Ross Mackay, 45.4 in the Max Spec. Reed Hinton is next in the Store Kawasaki 1300 Turbo car on a 46.3. Then Brett Bull's new car, the BBM, on 47.4. Also 47.4, Steve Woodbridge in the Mercedes-powered Dallara Formula 3. Luke Weeks, seventh fastest, 48.2.
Flag drops on Chris Nylon, so the Porsche leaving the line.
That's a pretty quick car, mind you, and Chris drives it well. Plenty of speed arrived at turn in. Pretty neat exit, actually.
He was quick through turn one. And you can see the run from 2 to 3 is full shade all the way.
Currently 25th fastest, so this is a properly quick car and driver.
And Darren Rowe has just left the line. He's approaching us at turn one now.
Now, the Ultima and the Caterham are coming up for a run, so we've got a couple more cars to go. Not
okay,
quite
so
done.
the Ultima's getting a rerun then. First comes the Caterham.
Jason McGarry launches there in the Caterham. Now Nylon completes the run and he's climbed into the top 20 in the IROC.
Good job.
Porsche. 53.2.
The Ultima leaves the line. Now, it looks like a racing car, doesn't it? It looks like something from Le Mans, but it's got number plates.
Yeah. It's a little bit short maybe for a Le Mans car, but maybe sort of like a C2 car from the early 80s. That's kind of where it lands and looks, I think.
It does, yeah. Pinched a brake on his way into turn two. And we've got another Porsche lining up.
This Kessica getting a rerun.
Flag drops, he's away. Kent. So he's told you how to pronounce his first name, his last name, so you're going to mix up his first name just to be consistent.
I've got to get something wrong. But that's nothing wrong about that Porsche 911.
Okay, the safety car's lined up. They're going to give him a run.
Well, this will be to close the day. That will bring us to an end of run. Matthew in the Ultima is 11th fastest on a 50.8. McGarry in the Caterham's done a 55.7 to be, and that was slower. His best is a 54.9 from earlier in the day.
So the Ultima's easily the fastest car with number plates. Is there a trophy for that?
No, it's not. Garcia in the McLaren.
Oh, of course, yes.
50.5. 2 spots ahead.
I think it's impressive that someone who owns a McLaren is willing to bring it to an event like this. Good on them. It's great for us to get to see a car like that out here.
Oh, on that subject, I think the most ridiculous car as far as quality of and expense of car, in the early running of the Leyburn Sprints, we had a Ferrari F40 come along.
That would be something to see. My dream car from when I was a teenager.
Drove it to and from the event as well. Can't remember who it was. I have it in the head. I think it might have been Chaz Kelly, who's a famous F40 owner from Tasmania.
That's quite possible, yeah.
Well, it's impressive to bring the an F40 up from Tasmania to do the sprints here in Leyburn and then drive it back home again. And that is the end of proceedings for day one of the 29th Historic Leyburn Sprints. Oh my goodness, what a day it has been. We've had glorious sunshine, huge crowd. Thank you everyone for your attendance today. I hope that as many of you as possible can be here tomorrow. We've got so many events to get through tomorrow. In addition to all the runs, we have the adjudication for the Show and Shine, the award of the caravan, the vintage caravan display over behind us. We've got band in tonight at the Royal Hotel, and I think at the RSL as well. Yep, and plenty of food to eat at either venue. Well, they're running pizzas at both at the RSL and the Royal Hotel, as well as the restaurant on the side of the Royal Hotel. And for the first time this year, we've got some Indian food being offered off of the Royal Hotel from one of our pop-up food trucks.
Yep, no one's going home hungry. And
No,
make sure you're all back here bright and early tomorrow. I believe it's about 8 o'clock we're looking to kick off.
Yes, 8 o'clock, first cars on track
And of course, if you
morning.
missed out on the celebrity autograph session this morning, we're having another one tomorrow. So keep your ears peeled. We'll announce when and where. And make sure you can get your autographs from the legends of motorsport that are here this weekend.
Dick Johnson, Kevin Bartlett, Charlie O'Brien, Warwick Brown and Bat Romano. What a selection of... Bruce Allison, Formula 5000 as well, we hope. Oh my goodness. So 3 veteran Formula 5000s, 2 Bathurst 1000 winners, and an Australian sports car champion. It just doesn't stop. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. I'm Mark Jones, and alongside me throughout the day has been David Patterson, and we very much look forward to your company tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I genuinely think it would